Τέλεια.
Okay. Λοιπόν, το αφήνεις μέχρι το απόγευμα. Το σημειώνει. Sorry, ωραίες. Κάτσε να αυτό το δώσω. Ναι. 286. 4. Λοιπόν, άρα έχεις, όταν πας στο edit, θα σου ζητήσει, εγώ το πινάρω εδώ πέρα, είναι το πρώτο κουμπάκι, οπότε σε πηγαίνει στη σελίδα edit, αν στο ζητήσει, go live, το θυμάσαι που είναι πάνω δεξιά, συμπληρώνεις τα στοιχεία, not for kids, public, go live.
Όλος το φύγει αυτό για να μην το χάσω σίγουρα.
Το ίδιο ισχύει και για πάνω, αλλά πρέπει να το πάω ένα συγκύρι καρπούζι για το δείξω.
Τώρα εγώ θα κάτσω εδώ.
Τώρα είναι live αυτό.
Ωραία.
Είναι live.
Είναι live. Απλά κάθομαι εδώ και περιμένω τον ομιλητή.
Όχι, μην κάτσατε τώρα. Είναι στον αέρα. Απλώς θα έχω να βάλω.
Οκ, τέλεια. Άρα, ωραία.
Όταν αρχίσει η ομιλία.
Ωραία. Άρα, εγώ αν έχει κάποια ερώτηση, απλά του το μεταφέρω και έχω το νου μου στην κάμερα, μην αποκεντρωθεί και δείχνει ό,τι να είναι. Ωραία. Τέλεια.
Δεν περνάει κόσμο μπροστά, ξέρεις.
Ναι.
Λίγο να τους βλέπεις για...
Λίγο προσεκτικά από πίσω. Εντάξει. Θέλω να πιστεύω ότι δεν θα πάω να την αγκαλιάσω. Ωραία.
I don't know when the profession.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who would be chairing the meeting. Okay, yeah, I'll be involved. I mean, we still have another.
Χριστίνα.
Αν πείτε το έτσι, από εδώ, δεν καταλάβει.
Άρα αυτό είσαι μόνο εσύ όλες τις μέρες. Τι πες με την κανένα που ξέρεις.
Δεν ξέρω τίποτα.
Αλλά μέχρι το απόγευμα θα είσαι εσύ.
Ναι, αυτό έχω καταλάβει.
Με το που κλείσει το καπάκι, είμαστε ok. Το ίδιο και στο πάνω.
get in touch with the assistant.
So yeah, and there is no internet, and I don't, there seems to be no room here, which is going to be a kind of the first problem here because I don't have a USB stick.
Okay, I do.
Okay, in that case, we are that will be helpful at least for one step of this process.
I have it ready. Well, I mean, worst case scenario, you can just hook you up to the projector and fuck everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think they wanted to have another computer because of
Because of the streaming,
Yeah.
like if we don't have internet, you know, it's stupid.
No.
So for safety, I'm gonna put it on this thing, right?
Yeah.
You can
It's a new computer, so I don't know what anything is.
imagine not having it with USB stick. It's sticks at this point.
Yeah, and it's also a new bag, so normally, because I have a USB stick in the old bag.
Don't worry about it. I'm here to protect and serve.
Yeah.
Did it say
Here we go,
that?
I think it did.
So, are you a vice dean or a dean?
The voice.
So,
Let's see it.
would you like me to mention that as well?
No, I mean, that's completely irrelevant.
So, how would you, let's say, like a full professor,
Professor Media Studies
maybe studies in
University.
university, and then I say a couple of things that I think about it.
Yeah.
Good. Ah, nice to see you again. So, which one is it?
It's the
Keynote.
Keynote. FDG Keynote.
And I'm gonna put it on the main folder here. Okay. We're gonna run it once for. Do you want me to go?
I assume they didn't. I think that's
Oh. Oh.
here.
Okay.
Yes. You get a position.
We don't speak Greek.
Sorry.
So I don't know. He's probably trying to fix the internet because this one is not connected.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. See you later. So I'm gonna expel this thing. So we good?
Very good.
Is there anything else?
I might, because I have a manuscript. I have a manuscript. Because, you know, I haven't spoken in 3 years, so manuscript is needed. So, and I expect a podium, so my manuscript is going to be waved down close.
I
So
think you want to sit maybe and have them.
that's great. I might be transgressive and put the chair on the.
Would you like to?
Or I can just, or I can just see. I have contact lenses, so my eyesight should be good enough for.
Imagine having a manuscript project.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, why didn't I think of that? So I'm going to see. I think good enough. This. Yeah, the only thing is that I might be a bit down.
Would you like me to put it on? Well, I suppose this is going to be pretty full because it's about 100 people.
Transgressive. That's going to be stupid too.
No? Well,
might actually just go with putting it in my hand. I think this might be the better because then I can still be a bit, loose and sporty. So yeah, okay, I'll be doing this.
Gracias. This is Cristina. We set up the presentation.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome to London.
Still don't have the internet on this one.
Yeah. We're going to do my phone.
So yeah, my presentation is here, but there is no internet.
Okay, yeah.
So are you the speaker? And I'll be helping you out with certain things, mentioning any questions that may occur during the talk.
Are you doing it for other sessions?
Maybe there's one. I'm not sure. I should ask my teacher. I'm sure that I'll be helping you today.
Okay, but there's going to be other assistants reading the questions in Zoom.
On the rest of the day.
Yes.
Ούτε εδώ μπαίνει. Ούτε εδώ μπαίνει.
Τι να κάνω, Κούτσι, όλες τις μέρες εγώ θα είμαι.
Ό,τι θέλεις, Χριστίνα, μπορώ να έχουμε κι
Δηλαδή
άλλες.
μπορώ. What do you mean?
Usually we have 2 or 3 rooms, so it's probably more about this, but I told you. Okay.
Να του πω να ανοίξει και condition πάνω κάτω. Ναι, 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 άμα μπορούμε. Είχε και την προηγούμενη εβδομάδα, ένα μεγάλο, ήταν στα αποχή αμφιθέατρα, πάνω στις αίθουσες. Ήταν κάτι management, ήταν πιο κυριλαία.
Η κυρία Τσακαρέσου.
Όχι, όχι, δεν ήταν η δικιά μας σχολή. Ναι, ήταν...
Δηλαδή μπορούμε να πλάνουμε να πάμε στον τόπο.
Δεν ήταν το νιοκάζει, ναι. Το κάνει. Έχει κάνει κακιά έξω από το συνέδριο.
Να σας πω μόνο μία.
Ναι.
Στο πάνω, εδώ δεν χρειάζεται γιατί είναι μικρό το set. Στο πάνω, στη δεξιά πλευρά, έχει τα camera control. Και έχω βάλει 2 μνήμες. Ένα για όλο, να φαίνεται η οθόνη και το πάνελ, και ένα μόνο για τον ομιλητή. Στο πάνω. Εδώ είναι OK, φαίνονται όλα. Εντάξει, αυτό. Are you gonna send it over there?
Yeah, I have
That's
already
the
sent it
main
over
one.
there. This
Ah.
is just my notes.
All right. The chairs are.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, yeah. But that's okay.
This is over there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stand
Because
up. Or do you like people sitting down?
Here is gonna sit a person to watch the streaming.
Okay.
So
So yeah, I was thinking about standing over here. But if you prefer sitting, I can do that too. But
all right, you can find.
So there's an issue with university Wi-Fi. That's why I started my hotspot. Last minute problem.
Yeah, that's.
Are you ready? Can I invite anyone else?
I've seen that there are people at the end of the waiting room, so I'm not certain you're going to manage those people as well.
And I think there are going to be two assistants. I'm going to be telling the questions to the one next to me. That's what I assume.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm not going to confuse you now. Yeah.
No. I'm confused already.
Yeah. They have connected. Yeah. And as I said, I mean, the people are kind of waiting. Yes, I mean, someone is probably managing that for your time, but I think that we should make sure that those kind of notifications don't come up during my presentation.
Fiquei confuso.
Assume there is some kind
Eu
of.
vou fazer uma terceira princesa. Εγώ μόνο σε γιατί ήμουν με ρώτησε για τα άτομα εκεί πέρα πίσω από τα ποτέ. Και μου είπα,
Όχι, αφού είναι εδώ.
μου υποσχέθηκες ότι έχουμε άλλο αυτό.
Is this computer on the microphone? The speaking itself?
Yeah. So I have an external microphone if you want.
No, I'm just saying like if we talk as when she talks, she uses up towards the speaker.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm going to sit down. So,
Maybe you can
I'll sit down.
Ωραία, αυτό. Είναι ώρα να κάτσω εγώ στο βέβαια.
Εδώ είμαστε.
So welcome everyone. My name is Kostas. I'm the general chair of fdg2022, and Stefano, along with Joey Birger, are the program chairs of the conference. We're very happy to see you after 2 years of failed Zoom meetings and dropped connections. People look different in 3 dimensions. I'm just going to go to guide you through the social program, and then I'll leave Stefano to introduce our first speaker. So later today we have the welcome reception, which is going to take place at the 2nd floor outside room 2. And we're going to combine light dinner and wine with the presentation of the Best Paper Awards. Tomorrow evening at around 8, we'll have the conference social dinner at the family restaurant quite close here. You can use taxis, it's about 5 to 6 minutes along the avenue, or you can use the buses that stop in front of the university. There's a wide selection of vegetarian options, so feel free to ask. Mostly Afghanistan or Malawi, I don't know if you tasted them. I see many smiles in the audience. And on Wednesday, we'll have the guided tour of the old city. We're going to meet at the gates of Hadrian. You have the maps both on the website and on the leaflet that was handed to you during registration. And we're going to walk past the Acropolis Museum underneath the Acropolis and the other buildings next to the Parthenon. There will be an English-speaking guide and French-speaking guide to provide more information, and if you want to discuss or ask questions and so on. And we're going to walk towards the old city, and finally end to close to Monastiraki, where you can have drinks or visit another taverna and so on. Again, many thanks for being here. I'm very happy to see you, and Stefano, the floor is yours.
I'm gonna try to be as quick as possible. I'm Stefano, and I'm together with Johan Birker, one of the program chairs. So if you have complaints about the program or questions about the program, this is the boy you need to talk to. The only thing I'm not responsible for is the decision of having 1 hour coffee breaks, which was a Greek tradition, and we needed to in a way, comply. We planned 4 keynote speeches, 4 keynote talks, one of which is Christina's, who's sitting in front of us, and I'm particularly honored to introduce her, which I will do in a second. Christina is a full professor in Bergen in media studies. She's also a vice dean of education, but that is the reason why I'm particularly happy to introduce Christina is that I think of her as a beacon. She's part of the old guard of game scholars in Europe. I know some of you might not know her because you're more from the technical background, but if you're kind of interested in the humanities side of game studies, she's quite a well-known figure, reaching topics such as, for example, transgression, interface with game worlds, relationship between player behavior and society, and a number of other topics, some of which she will touch on in her presentation today. Without further ado, please give a hand to Christina Jorgensen from Bergen University, and enjoy.
Well, thank you so much for these really kind words, Stefano. I will have to be seated today due to presentation issues. I mean, we are doing a hybrid conference, so in order for me to be able to, talk directly to the screen and the microphone, I will have to be seated. But this time, it's actually a benefit for me because I have prepared a manuscript, which I have on this one. And to be standing here would be kind of taking me a bit far from that manuscript. So I'm going to be seated, and I hope that the presentation would still be as good as it would be if I were kind of walking around pacing back and forth here like an ordinary professor. So, okay. As Stefano said, I'm a professor at the University of Bergen in media studies, and I have recently finished a research project called Games and Transgressive Aesthetics, which concerns how the player experiences with game content that break their personal sensibilities. So this keynote is a part and a result of that project. During the last 5 years, transgression has become a buzzword in game studies. The concept has been used to describe phenomena as diverse as controversial game content, gameplay that goes against design, and toxic player behavior, all phenomena that are worthy of a research area in their own rights, and that is difficult to discuss meaningfully under one and the same conceptual umbrella. In this talk, I will bring order to the terminological heterogeneity by systematizing the use of the term according to its use and appliance. This includes comparison with other related terms. I will also discuss the term's relevance in game studies and argue that its integration will offer a new lens through which to explain games and game culture in a broader context. So play has always dealt with the tension and ambiguity, covering not only free and voluntary and the unserious, but also the rule-bound, the disruptive, and the risky. The acknowledgement that play may deviate from and go far beyond an idealized understanding of play as inherently good or positive has created a need for concepts that characterize and contextualize play in terms of practices that can be deceptive, elusive, and unsafe. We have also seen the tendency in games more specifically. Even though some claim that games are supposed to be fun and entertainment only, they sometimes deal with topics that provoke and make people uncomfortable. Talking about games and play in terms of transgression recognizes that playing games often break with established norms of idealized play, people's expectations and sensibilities, the rules of the game, and sometimes even the law. These perspectives can be understood as a criticism of the fallacy of play. In our book, The Paradox of Transgression in Games, Toril Mortensen and I describe the fallacy of play as the erroneous idea that play is characterized as positive and without consequence. Our criticism also redirects the attention of the potentially subversive sides of gameplay away from the behaviorist paradigm of effect studies towards the social and cultural context of play. However, our criticism is not meant to demonize games and play. On the contrary, when we talk about transgression in the context of games and play, this is a descriptive and not a normative term that acknowledges that norm-breaking forms of play and games can have a liberating effect as well as exclusionary potentials. Let's talk about the background of the term. Transgressive is an adjective form of the verb transgress, which, according to Collins' English Dictionary, means to go beyond or overstep the boundaries of tastes, moral code, social taboo, or law. In scholarly discourse, the noun form transgression is often used to characterize boundary-crossing activities and practices in culture and society. while criminology uses the term to denote criminal acts and legal offenses. In the broader field of sociology, transgression describes the violence of social norms, the violation of social norms, sorry. Sociologist Chris Jenks stresses that transgression has an important social function by validating and reaffirming the norms or laws that are broken, and that the act of transgression in itself is an acknowledgement of the boundaries that are being overstepped.
Christina, wait a second. The mic is coming.
Oh, there's a mic. That means that I can stand up for your pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. This is changing things. I hope that all of you have already heard what I said so far. And I'm also going to see if I can, juggle both a microphone and my slides here. Do you want to be my slide leader or?
You give me sign and I just click.
Okay. Okay, let me move back to my manuscript here. Okay, we already talked about Chris Jenks and his definition of transgression. I feel now that I became so confused by now hearing myself in this microphone. So I'm sorry, I just need to just a minute to kind of get back to the manuscript here. Okay, so I'm going to sit anyway because this is confusing. Sorry. Which means that I can, no, you cannot go on, sorry. Which means I can do this myself.
You want me to go?
No, Stefano, please, you can stay. Okay, moving back to transgression. Scholars associate play and transgression often refer to the Russian philosopher Mikhail Bakhtin's theory of the carnivore or the carnivalesque to explain this relationship. In a similar way to how the traditional carnivore follow. Sorry. Is it only me? I think there is some kind of feedback from the microphone. There is. Is there a possible to kind of take the sound a bit down? No? Okay, maybe I'll just do this. You can still hear me? Yeah. Okay, let's try to do this. I guess this is kind of the curse of hybrid conferences, isn't it? Okay, sorry. I'm moving back again to talk about Bakhtin. So scholars associate play and transgression often refer to the Russian philosopher Mikhail Bakhtin's theory of the carnivore carnivalesque to explain the relationship. In a similar way to how the traditional carnivore allowed for a temporary subversion of the norms of society for the duration of the festival, these scholars claim that play has a similar transgressive potential, where breaking social norms are accepted as long as they take place within the playful framework. A related understanding is found in modern play theory. Modern play theory, spanning from Brian Sutton-Smith to Jaakko Stenros, characterizes play as ambiguous, multidimensional, and involving subtle transformations. Some scholars have argued that play lends itself well to transgression because of this ambiguous nature where meta-communication is key. Following Gregory Bates's original understanding of meta-communication, this is a form of communication where the communicative act and interpretation are in focus. Meta-communication in its classical sense is often explained by referring to animals playing and in which the soft myth indicates the bites, even though the implication of the actual bite doesn't follow. Sarcasm, irony, and other playful communicative acts where the intended meaning is subverted from what is being said are parts of this. Other scholars, such as Espinosa, have argued that transgressive play is key to understanding the play practices of game culture, and David Myers argued that oppositional play may be essential or fundamental to human play. This close relationship between transgression and play indicates that playing games are convenient settings for exploring boundaries from within a safe space, exemplified by how role-playing scenarios allow for testing out settings and responses that otherwise would be difficult to simulate. However, play may also be used as an excuse to deliberately break boundaries without having to face consequences. Before its current usage in game studies, the phrase transgressive play was infrequently used in the arts and humanities to describe playful strategies employed by artists to challenge expectations and conventions and social norms in the media and arts. In the context of play and games research, the term transgressive play first appears in an article by Kurt Squire and colleagues at MIT in 2003, discussing the design principles of next generation games, what they call next generation games in 2003, in education. They argue that there is an underexplored potential of placing learners in situations of transgressive play, which they describe as, and I quote, the experience of temporarily letting go of social rules and entering the transitional space where social boundaries can be pushed and new roles explored. Finish quote. Now you get it. 4 years of this, and as I said, I can do this myself, unless you like to be here on the stage. Okay. 4 years of this. If we move towards the current usage in game studies, we can identify 4 main usages of the term transgression in discourses of games. These are play that goes against design, antisocial play, play that breaks the common idealized understanding of play, and non-breaking game content. I will also discuss how these uses connect to related terms. Next. So let's first discuss transgressive play as a position against the design of the game. This use of the term gained traction after Aspen Austin used transgressive play to indicate play that counters the intentions of a game's design in his 2007 Ligma paper, I thought about transgressive play and implied play. This form of play involves an exploratory play style, where the player is breaking the rules of the game by utilizing bugs or otherwise following an unexpected play style not predicted by the designer. Also argues that transgressive play, therefore, is, and I quote, a symbolic gesture against the tyranny of the game, perhaps illusory way for the player subject to regain their sense of identity and uniqueness through the mechanisms of the game itself. Unquote. The disorderly and often oppositional nature of transgressive play makes such forms of play often the subject of legal regulation. Play that goes against the rules of the game also correspond with one of David Meyer's examples of bad play or anti-play. Within this category of rule-breaking play, Myers finds expos to be the most interesting form of transgression in digital games. He understands expos as play practices for players to break the rules while engaging rather than destroying the game, which to him are particularly interesting because they are infringements that are within the spirit of the game as intended, as interpreted by the players. This is a form of play where players play with rules rather than according to the rules. And this understanding of play, or transgressive play, is in this sense the way to play the system, and it's a practice that often goes hand in hand with cheating. And it leads to counterplay, which involves oppositional forms of play, spanning hacking, cheating, but also anti-social play can also be considered an example of this. Transgressive play has also been used to describe practices that go against the design of the game because of the way that players appropriate and adapt the game to their own play preferences. Ian Sundin uses transgressive play in this sense, which he describes the queering practices of gay gamers in massively multiplayer online games, where they adapt the game to their own needs, interests, and identity as a way of taking back control of the game through creative instances of play. So then here follows Åsa's claim that transgressive play is crucial to game culture. Queer practices are here then understood not only as practices performed by queer or gay community, but more broadly in terms of an anti-normative way of thinking differently about gameplay, quote, Sibula and Stellos. We also recognize this perspective from Jasmine Kafai and colleagues using the term transgressive play to describe the practices that some young girls use to challenge gender stereotypes during gameplay. An interesting perspective that shows the liberating potential of transgressive play is provided by Mia Consalvo in her analysis of the Twitch streamer Casey From, who transgresses expectations of what a female streamer and a quality streaming channel is by integrating the toxicity that she is targeted by as part of her own performance. Next. The second usage is to talk about antisocial player practices in terms of transgressive play. The example of Casey From shows that even though transgressive play may be just as engaging as play that follows rules, transgressive play may also target other players in ways that are not experienced as playing. Antisocial play is also included in Alan Lee's broad-term counterplay, which I just mentioned, and Jakob Stenås calls social play that is only acknowledged by one part, one-sided social play. An example of this is grief play, where the play context is used to mask harassment, discrimination, and other toxic practices, or where the purpose is to police the gameplay of others through offensive language, or by disrupting the gameplay and enjoyment of other players. However, although some authors use the term transgressive play to describe such practices, often these are described in other terms, including but not limited to griefing, toxicity, and online harassment. Also, sometimes these practices are described in terms of transgressive practices and transgressive player behavior, leaving the term play out, indicating that these practices are often not recognized as play. Antisocial player practices that are threatening and harmful to others, that can involve emotional or psychological harm, are also covered by David Meyer's definition of bad play and anti-play. Another related term is Marcus Carter's treacherous play, which he describes as, and I quote, the use of deception and betrayal for in-game advantage, unquote. A common denominator between Carter's term and the other forms of antagonistic player practices discussed here is that they can all be associated with Richard Barton's killer gameplay style, because acting upon other players is key. But contrary to the common interpretation of the killer style, treacherous play is motivated by gain return of games rather than by the joy of putting others through distress. Next, please. The third use of the term transgressive play is in many ways implied in the two other discussed above. This is play that breaks with the ideal, common, or hegemonic understanding of play. This is play that breaks with one expects play to be about. This is how Jakob Stenås describes transgressive play in his 2018 chapter, Guided by Transgression, Defining Norms as an Integral Part of Play. Stenås argues that transgressive play spans play practices that break social and cultural norms of what is commonly understood as play. Some of these forms of play break with the norm of what counts as play because they are often not experienced as particularly fun, particularly playful. For example, one-sided social play, which I mentioned before, is only playful for one of the involved parties, while parapathic play is play that is meaningful in spite of not being fun or making the player feel good. Other examples that Stenås uses are repetitive play, which breaks with the idea of what is playful by spanning routine practices such as grounding and compulsive behavior, and instrumentalized play, which is typically not considered play because it takes place in service of an external goal. Following Stenås, other forms of play break with the idea of idealized play because they are not safe. Dangerous play involves considerable risks to the player's well-being or resources, and is closely related to deep play that involves high psychological, physical, or monetary risks. Violent play involves the infliction of damage to pain as part of play, exemplified by the Baron. A special form of play that breaks with the idea of normative play as both fun and safe is dark play. According to performance scholar Richard Shackman, this is play that, and I quote, subverts order, dissolves frame, and breaks its own rules, so that playing itself is in danger of being destroyed. Unquote. Dark play may emerge out of an escalating situation in which play continues even as players feel increasingly unsafe and threatened. But dark play may also be a conscious play strategy. Tore Mortensen and Jonas Linderoth use dark play to indicate play with controversial or taboo themes. But other scholars use dark play to indicate deceptive situations where the involved participants do not know that they are attending the game or not aware of the nature of the play they are involved in. We see example of this in situations where game designers attempt to deceive the player through so-called dark design patterns. An example of the last is games where conditions of play change during the course of the game, which third-person shooter Spec Ops Device is an example of this subversion of the story halfway through the game. Another category of transgressive play in Stenlund's account is play that breaks with specific social and cultural norms. Taboo play involves, and I quote, actions that are unacceptable even when not displayed, unquote, and which do not lose their edge in the playful context, such as playing with topics of incest, rape, and racism. Katie Sager and Eric Zimmerman use the term forbidden play to characterize play that defies cultural and social taboos. However, when an activity that otherwise would appear to be non-breaking can be carried out under the guise of play, this is called break play. Related terms are context and sensitive play that involves otherwise recognizable play but in non-appropriate situations, such as playing in the pool, and player inappropriate play, which the player does not fit the situation, such as adults playing children's games or vice versa. An example of this is what Larry Flanagan calls unplaying, where children play out scenarios in opposition to acceptable adult activities, for example by killing the adults instead of caring for them. Next, please. The three forms of transgression in games and play that I've so far been talking about are mostly associated with play. However, the term transgression and transgressive is also used explicitly when talking about certain games and their content. Controversies over games often concern game content that somehow breaks with social norms, as seen as offensive, insensitive, moral depraving, reprehensible, unfit games. In this sense, we can distinguish between the idea of video games as a transgressive medium because they allow players to carry out behavior that breaks with social norms, and games that transgress the conventions of classic video games. Let me first discuss the idea of games as a transgressive medium. In public discourse, video games are often seen as transgressive due to the high prevalence of violence and killing in certain genres. At the same time, it is interesting that violent problem solving has become so dominating in today's video games that it has become a convention, and it is not at all understood as transgressive for most video game players. Tore Mortensen and I call this phenomenon the paradox of transgression. This paradox is a phenomenon that when transgression is sanitized or put in a playful context, it is mitigated or moderated. In other words, due to the aesthetic or playful context, we are willing to endure topics that otherwise would break our sensibilities because their experience is less severe in this context. A topic may still be uncomfortable, but not uncomfortable enough to make you stop playing the game. Due to this phenomenon, Mortensen and I distinguish between what we call transgressive aesthetic, which is this cushioned form of transgression that plays with the boundary of transgression but remains within it, and profound transgression, which is an absolute overstepping of the boundary that breaks with our willingness to engage with the common question. It is this kind of break with our sensibilities that make us stop playing the game. An aspect of the paradox of transgression is the idea that once the player accepts the aesthetic frame or context, the content stops being profoundly transgressive. This can be exemplified by how Jaroslav Sven looks at monsters in video games. He says that regardless of how horrible and unnatural a monster may appear in a video game, they are still typically being designed not simply as overwhelming horrors, but to be challenges to be overcome. Monsters are meant to present obstacles to be figured out and conquered, rather than being transgressive. Let's move on to games that transgress because they break the conventions of certain types of video games. In the last decade, attention has risen towards games that, instead of challenging players' gameplay skills, aim for different forms of experiences and challenges. An example is games that make players reflect ethically. The label ethical games is sometimes used to describe games in which players themselves can choose between actions based on ethical decision-making. And in other cases, it is used to describe games that are modeled in favor of behavior that supports a certain ethical philosophy. However, contrary to these understandings, Miguel Sicart argues that ethical games are games that make players reflect ethically. In this sense, ethical games cannot have to be games in which players decide between actions. And they may not even be games that value specific ethics. From this perspective, Sicart argues that games such as the now classic Manhunt, in which players carry out heinous acts of violence as an involuntary protagonist in Snuffle, is an ethical game because it forces the players to reflect on the actions they are carrying out. In their research on Nordic LARPs, Marcus Montola and Heidi Hooperlanzer describe similar uncomfortable game experiences in terms of positive and negative experiences. They stress that players may value such experiences because they provide new insight and experiences that otherwise would be inachievable in the same setting. While games that aim to make players reflect have become more and more common within the game discourse, such games are still often understood as outliers in a game industry that tends to foster formulaic and uniform games. Games that break with the conventions of AAA games often create controversy among certain players and fans because they break conventions. Players who play for entertainment, recreation, and relaxation sometimes play. They want action and not reflection when they play video games. For these players, games that break with the conventional tropes, for example by creating conflict and emotions in players, introducing new perspectives, or by casting unexpected characters, is sometimes interpreted as infringements of what they expect or appreciate in games. In this sense, games about, for example, civilians in war, such as this War Online, or about depression and mental health, like Depression Quest, or The Last of Us Part 2, which cast female protagonists that defy gender stereotypes, can be transgressive for some players, even when games are being hailed as quality games for critics and journalists. Next, please. Last in this keynote, I will discuss the relevance of the terms transgression and transgressive in game studies. So far, I have presented the usage of the terms in game studies and showed that they have been used both to describe play practices as well as game content, and that they interconnect and overlap with a number of other related terms. While a high number of related terms and concepts surely may be confusing to navigate and distinguish between, the variation of terms and concepts used to describe different forms of norm-breaking behavior and tropes related to games and play indicate that there is a need to discuss games and play as phenomena that explore boundaries, be they personal, social, or cultural, or conventional. However, I would argue that the usefulness of transgression as a concept is exactly connected to it being so broad and so all-encompassing. It is an inclusive term that acknowledges the idiosyncratic nature of transgression. It takes into account the fact that individuals have different sensibilities and different experiences of what they find to break the boundaries. Transgression gives us a concept that allows us to explain phenomena such as one-sided social play, and the fact that what is played for someone will not be such for someone else. At the same time, transgression is also useful. It's also a useful term because it gives us a tool to talk about the boundary that is potentially being transgressed. It provides a tool to explain this boundary is dynamic and porous. While this boundary may be a moving target, the term transgression helps us acknowledging that there is a boundary somewhere. This acknowledgement will be helpful both when we analyze and interpret playing situations in game content, but also when designing games. Of course, the fact that what made the experience as transgressing in games is dynamic means that when we use transgression as an academic term, it needs to be precisely applied. When we talk about something being transgressive, it must always be understood as transgressive in a particular context, to a particular audience, and in a particular situation. Another point that I want to make here is that discussing games and play as transgressive therefore describes something fundamental about games and play. It goes hand in hand with the exploratory and the nature of games and play. And it stresses the fact that games and play may always threaten to break norms, going in unexpected directions, and be interpreted as inappropriate both for bystanders and players. At the same time, the play situation helps to cushion transgression and makes it become a plaything rather than a profound breach of physicality. Of course, other art forms and fictional environments also provide this form of cushioning in the form of a transgressive aesthetic, but the interactive possibilities of games, and more importantly, the playful aspects, create a particular valuable context for exploring topics that otherwise would be difficult to practically address in an insulated context. Because games are fundamentally exploratory, they allow players an environment for testing out options, try and fail, and be creative. This context also makes the concept of transgression important when discussing games in a broader social and cultural context. Framed by play and the playful mindset, all discussions surrounding games must be understood in terms of its potential for transgression, and that the experience of transgression and play may differ between points of view. What is experienced as transgressive for an observer may not be the same for a player, and particular social or cultural backgrounds and identities also play an important role. Further, it is important to acknowledge that in many contexts, the boundary of transgression is actively and deliberately being played with, and that this is an integrated aspect of many parts of game culture. Understanding games and play using transgression as a lens will thus help us better understand both the negative and the positive nuances of game culture. Thank you very much.
Okay, if you have questions, we can take them, and she's going to be kind enough to repeat the question for the online audience. All right?
We don't have it. We don't have any questions on YouTube.
We don't have any questions from Zoom, so if,
No, YouTube. This one's the
from
YouTube one.
I can check the Zoom if I can. I don't know how this works. Here, chat. Let's see. Nope. So it's only us for now. Kutub, you're the first one to give a sign.
Sure. So a player may look at a game and say, I'm going to play this game in a way that the game designers did not intend. I assume that falls under the definition of transgressive play. My question is, does it make sense for a game designer to actually encourage that kind of play? If so, in what context? And if so, like how would a game designer encourage a player to play against that very designer's ideas?
Okay, I'm going to repeat it for the pleasure of the online audience. So basically, your question is whether designers would sometimes want to design for those kinds of possibilities, the transgressive play. And of course, they would sometimes do that. I mean, there are genres that are based on that. I mean, open world games very often concern that, depending on how strictly enforced the rules are. But of course, in some cases, we would basically want to create a sandbox for gameplay. And of course, we do have, I guess that is kind of the experience of online games last 20 years. So the challenges of doing that is, of course, to get a lot of toxic behavior as well as kind of just, fun and safe play, say it that way. And that, I guess, would be kind of, that makes kind of those open world, and as so really openly designed games do kind of create a challenge because they kind of, pinpoint all these different forms of transgressive play potential.
I was wondering how transgressive play can relate to reality. So, like, as outside the circle playing in the net, if there is this.
Okay, so the question is how transgressive play also relates to kind of the reality. Of course, I mean, I think that in cases of, for example, when you have, antisocial play such as reefing and those kind of situations and harassment taking place in games, I think that is a very good example of how kind of profound transgressions can be profound transgression outside of reality. Because of this, I mean, when people stop playing games because they've been harassed, but kind of the opposite side, those who harass just say that it's only play, you should understand that this is just a job, but it doesn't really feel like a job. That is an experience, that is an example of how transgressive play sometimes definitely have really important consequences.
I have a question.
You can ask it yourself.
Yes, I can ask the question myself. You, of course, mentioned that transgression in games and play is particularly interesting for reasons such as the fact that you have the possibility to make other decisions, replay a certain situation, experiment with the affordances that the game offers. Do you think that, you also mentioned in your talk that, for example, this allows games in particular to breach certain topics that might be taboo or hard to discuss in everyday life. For example, you had a slide with depression points, or maybe another one could be coming out simulator by, I don't remember the author right now. So my question is, do you think that apart from interactivity, do you think that play has an advantage over, let's say, passive fiction, such as, for example, reading about depression or rape or coming out in a novel or film? Do you think there's a difference that goes beyond interaction?
Yeah, I absolutely think there is. I mean, I'm not going to kind of belittle the other forms of art because I absolutely think that these topics can also be addressed there. But I mean, games do have kind of an additional frame of representation, which is gameplay, and to basically to be able to kind of play out situations absolutely have kind of a different dimension. And I mean, not everybody will say that that different dimension is kind of more valuable than the others, but for some players who kind of more appreciate acting out part of and learn more from them or find the books are more useful, absolutely. And yeah, I think that at least I personally find that those kinds of, I mean, those experiences are more better kind of represented in the good games that do that in a good way than it would be in a picture film.
As a follow-up question, do you think that these qualities that you just mentioned also give games the potential to be more traumatic as well?
Well, potentially, absolutely. Of course they can be, but I mean, and then again, games do not, I mean, if you look at games as simulations, of course, they are not very detailed or precise simulations. They can only kind of model certain aspects and can only do that in a characterized way. But sometimes that is basically what you need to kind of have a message go through. But yeah, I have no doubt that it can also be dramatic for some. I did actually, because in my research project, I actually had people play constructive games at the home, and they were filling out a diary, gameplay diary. And I also did a follow-up interview with them. And one of those players, actually, he quit one of the games that was Beyond Two Souls, in which some of you might know. But basically, it's a game that puts a very young girl in distress. And one of the players, he quit that game very soon because he said that is basically it's going beyond my sensibilities. I can't stand seeing children under distress, so I didn't want to play this game anymore. So of course, I mean, for some people it can be a trigger, or just be, because I don't know what's the background of this play, of course, but it can be a trigger, and it can also kind of create experiences that potentially maybe not truly psychologically traumatic, but at least kind of can touch you in ways that make you really want to play that game.
Matthew?
Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering how it works when we have play that goes across culture. So let's say I'm playing Skyrim and I'm trying to follow a kosher plan. Who's transgressing? Is it the game that presents me a way of living that is different from my social norms? Or am I the one that is playing the game in a way that is not supposed to be played? is someone transgressing? Are we all transgressing? Is nobody transgressing? How do you articulate it? Thank you.
Yeah, the question was who is transgressing when a cultural norm is being broken again, for example, like the kosher rules. I think that, of course, it depends on the way it's done. And I have no doubt that that will be transgressive on both sides. I mean, if the designers did actually understand and know that culture and still misrepresenting it, of course, that's obviously going to be transgressive. But if it is done with respect, that people know that it's kind of trying to explore that in some ways. Of course, and we can still transgress. Of course, if they try to criticize religion to criticize religion is for some definitely experiences is highly transgressive. It can be transgressive, of course. But again, it's kind of it depends on the eye of the beholder, I guess. I mean, and also not least in the way that it is done. But I would say that even when it's done respectfully and by people who definitely knows that inside of that culture, it can still be experienced as profoundly transgressive by players who might not find this or might not agree with the interpretation of that culture, of course. But of course, I mean, cultural boundaries are extremely sensitive and extremely difficult to be able to deal with in a good manner. So that is definitely a place where transgression can happen.
I'm wondering how transgressive play comes, where it comes in the topic of gender role play, which is quite broad and like in almost all the games, right? But when is it transgressive and when is it
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear. What kind of play did you talk about?
like in a gender role play, so playing with like another gender, right? Which is quite common. When is it transgressive? When is it transgressive?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's not up to me to decide because again, it's the eye of the beholder, right? And that is, of course, very difficult. And I mean, I think that's a very difficult thing to be precise about. And I think that is also parallel to what we kind of see in the current cultural war, or whatever we want to say, in the Western world, where basically just, what can trigger someone that is so kind of, it could be anything. So it's difficult you can't really know whether and when you actually transgress. I mean, I can be transgressing just by talking about this topic here, because some would think that, basically addressing this is kind of an offense. Because I don't even know, and in some cases that is a situation. I think we have that on both sides in the current debate, both the fact that people are becoming very careful about what they say, and some people also kind of are finding a lot of topics in themselves to be difficult to be discussed and difficult to handle. So again, I don't really have an answer to that, other than that is, that's kind of a bigger cultural discussion and issues that go far beyond games. Okay, there was
thank you very much for the talk, Christine. It was fantastic. I've been following your project since many years ago, and I enjoyed it very much. And I wanted to ask you about the social aspect of transgression regarding complicitness, because every definition of usage that we have shown here implies a subject and an object transgressing against someone. So sometimes we are going against certain ideas that are floating in society, sometimes we are going against the owner of the franchise, of the IP, or the players. So I think the social side to transgression, when people transgress together with review bombing or things like that, and I don't know exactly how it can be a point of articulation for certain communities. So I think that's something that's in the project. I want to hear more about it, about how transgression in itself can be cohesive community, or any idea about that. Complicitness and community and transgression being happy together, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of, should I repeat that? I think that's a complicated question, so I'm not certain how I'm going to repeat repeat that. I mean, about complicity as well as about the kind of social aspects of the play. I mean, complicity, when I'm thinking about complicity, I'm kind of thinking of the way that Miguel Scott is using it in his work, where basically he's talking about how one of the ways to make players reflect ethically in games is to make them feel complicit in the actions that they're taking in the game. And I think that is a very kind of interesting, design technique to use. Basically, make them feel that they caused this horrible thing to happen. So I mean, I think that is basically mostly a narrative technique to use. It's not necessarily, of course, that also happens in social situations where you kind of, if somebody, when you do, I mean, in antisocial play, of course, you would be complicit in other people suffering. And that is kind of the purpose of that. But then you're doing it quite deliberately. I know that in cases where you don't do it deliberately, you might feel kind of more guilty about it, and whether or not that would be feel transgressive for you. I guess that also depends on the situation and how your sensibilities generally. I don't know if I have a very good answer to you here. But yeah, I mean, this is something that would definitely be interesting in looking further in terms of kind of extending this project. Okay,
I think we don't have much more time, so please let's give Christina a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Sitting and reading manuscripts.
And also, I don't know if it is collected for a few minutes, so when it came up, it was ended up camera. So we were only going to do YouTube for a while, but nobody's following it.
No, there weren't any viewers here. You can check.
We gave the link to nobody.
No, I think it was posted on the website.
9 people.
I think, I don't know about other conventions, but here, it's not that popular to, go live on YouTube and stuff. They don't really, keep in touch with that. Also, I wanted to ask a question. Can the game be inherently transgressive, by the creator? For example, I'm a Muslim creator, and I'm creating a game, to particularly kind of make people reflect on certain norms, religious or not. So does that count as transgression because I'm the creator of the game? Or is transgression about the way the game is used? Am I simply provocative for the game?
I mean, it can be used in both ways, I guess. I think, as I said, I think that's kind of what the strength and the weakness of the term, right? But I mean, it's, I think of course, the developer can definitely decide to, I want to create something that creates some kind of reflection, but whether or not it's going to be transgressive in the sense of, if you really want to break things, that would be something, other than I'm just going to question or play with it. Because I think there is a kind of
the fine line.
Yeah, the fine line is quite important, and you want to kind of stay inside the fine line if you want to be an experience that you want to kind of stay with. So, because once you break that line fundamentally, then you risk people stop playing the game because you don't want to.
That's something else that I wanted to ask. Obviously transgression refers to culture. So if a creator was to say, create that game about,
Is it in room 1 or 2?
it can do worse in his particular country compared to others. So you definitely have to do the sales and the marketing of it. So on a global scale.
He knows who the session chairs are.
Okay. But I think that religious issues that are
Hi, nice to meet you.
That's what
and also
okay, great.
thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hope it works.
It works. Relatively safe.
It's very hard to live and
You do it in Iran.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to.
And also just the fact that we are living in a global community.
Okay,
so
okay.
we
Thank you
are
for being here.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you can do some language. You know, if you have Nordic must be game could be in the Nordic language, and then
happy
it
everything
is
works out.
accessible to Iranian players.
later.
Still, I mean, there are, of course, I mean, boundaries aren't completely. I mean, the physical boundaries between countries aren't that safe. So you wouldn't be able to create something that you would kind of make sure that would be safe for criticism from other countries. And I mean, yeah. So of course, I mean, transgression.
You can gatekeep it, otherwise
Yeah, but sometimes it's a bit difficult to do that. So I mean, you can't really. Of course, that's the thing. I mean, you can't really secure that your game will never be truly transgressive, even when you're trying to do it in a kind of a respectful way. So I don't know. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's a
massive conversation, and I don't know. I find it really interesting because I had never thought about it, and especially like how things can be so controversial, but we never get to it because it's always like the positive side. Yeah, that's what's shown and highlighted essentially more. Do you have like any social media about the project and stuff?
It wasn't the last slide.
Yeah, they're trying to fix it.
Okay.
So that's
But I think that might
I
have only been
a
my
session that I chaired this afternoon.
Okay.
my
Was it
Twitter
in this
account,
room?
which is.
It's on the left-hand side of the.
But yeah, I
Okay.
actually
So it's
realized
probably
that
room
my
Okay.
project
Okay.
website was some
Can I
problems
use my own computer
accessing
to
it
do
from
the streaming?
Greece.
Or would
I don't know, it might be
complicated?
some settings on my end. But because I
So we
tried to
have
go
to
into
start the
my
Zoom,
project website at the hotel, and I couldn't access it.
broadcast.
It may be, but it's
Okay.
usually, I don't know, we
So,
usually have those issues with
simpler if
America
I
due to
just
cookies
copy
and
the
privacy,
presentation,
different
yeah,
privacy
yeah.
laws, but
Yeah, it's a decent computer.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah, no,
but
it's
yeah,
just that I was
you can just
presenting
Google
my own
games
game,
and
which is
transgressive
installed on
aesthetics,
the
and I have a
computer and all
Facebook
that,
site
so
and
it's probably
and
simpler.
a
Maybe
blog.
I'll try, but
yeah.
about it. But it's
If you're
hasn't
not
been very
interested
updated.
in presenting it over Zoom, streaming,
formally over.
then you can use yours and just.
But there will be
move
news
the-
out when there is,
Okay.
and also on the website.
think
of
about
course,
that.
there are
Sure. Thank you very much.
publications and things like that.
So not just about this topic, in general, like your work.
Yeah, I
so
have,
far.
yeah, if you Google my name, then you will find, and University of Bergen, then you will find me and all my work.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Κύριε Καρπούζη, αυτά να τα αφήσω εδώ. Ναι.
Hello. Stefano mentioned I should talk with you, but I imagine you might need a break after your keynote, so I can...
Yeah, but I mean, I'm able to talk.
Are you sure? I don't mind giving you a...
No, go ahead.
I'm just, I don't think there was anything more he said other than, oh, your work relates to mine, so I should just chat with you. But I'm interested in educational games, and I'm, one question that I was thinking while I was listening to your keynote is that a lot of the, work around educational games is mainstream in a way. Like if you want to build a game that thousands of teachers use in the classroom, there's a lot of ways in which you can't be transgressive as such. And so, but I very much appreciate transgressive games. I've played a lot of games that change my world and such. And so I've been really thinking about the this interaction of, do you just throw your hands up and say, I'm giving up on either making an educational game that's used by a lot, or I'm giving up on transgression, or how do you reconcile those two things?
Yeah, that's quite interesting because at the University of Bergen, we actually have a PhD student who is working. He's actually a high school teacher, but he's come to do a PhD.
Ooh, that's very tough.
yeah, and he's actually at a high school that is really appreciative of digital fonts and have embraced the use of games. So what he's doing is he's using commercial games in ethics education.
Ooh, okay. I need to find this person.
So yeah, he's been in all over the Norwegian media for doing using The Walking Dead in ethics education.
Okay. Let me ask their name.
He's called Tobias. Tobias and Storby. I can spell that for you.
Yes, please.
Staaby.
Okay.
Yeah, Google him, and he's doing fantastic work, and I think it's basically touching upon these things about the difficulties about them. But how can you kind of integrate some transgression content in school? And basically that is what he doesn't talk about it as transgressive, but it's obvious. Zombie games and
not something that you maybe you have students books about it, but I think
Yeah,
it's very useful.
Yeah, and also, I mean, he's not the only one at his school who is just using that. It's all kind of his boomer colleagues is also using that now, which is even more transgressive, I would say.
Okay.
So yeah, check him up because he's doing really great work.
I'm just trying to think if I have any more like specific questions to ask
Yeah,
you.
I'll be around at least for the day. I might not be here tomorrow because I have my flight is leaving for other obligations.
Yeah.
So I'm only going to be here for the full day today. So you can just grab me at any time.
I suppose I have to ask the question, are there any like projects that you're working on that use collaborators in this field? Like, education, I would, unfortunately, I wasn't too familiar with it. So if I mentioned you earlier today, but I'm not sure what that project is.
Yeah, at the moment not only education.
Yeah, that's right.
It's more kind of
How players interact with transcription. Oh, okay. I mean, what are the looking at? Sorry, I was kind of clarifying myself, but it's something like please, but that's not on the scale very low. There are ones that are even more complicated. I guess, yeah, like what level of intensity are you referring to? Yeah, okay. Well, I think there's a large amount of people who consider even the last one political. Yeah. Got it. I realized that I was talking about it, but now I realize that it actually, it's not really useful that a derogatory term or, just the notion of gender non-conforming people engaged in sex. Like, is that more part of it? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think it's because of it's not something I agree with you. Like, not that so. It's something where, if someone brings it up, it's very often, I've told you my views on the gender. That's not a problem. So, getting up. They won't be comfortable talking to it. It's a researcher about that. I have seen some, but yeah. Especially when, certain people like believe existence is political and that, like, my roommate is trans, so for her, like, that if you ask anyone, are you for political propaganda? Because the phrase is like, it's very negative. But at the same time, I want to be sit down.
Αλλά εσύ, ναι, δύο λεπτά. Το κορίτσι μου μπορεί να συναντήσει την Μουρία, γιατί θέλει να δουλέψει λίγο με έχει πάρει πάρουν και για αύριο για να πάμε να φάμε. Αλλά ήθελε να μπορεί να
But in a lot of ways, that possibility didn't limit its mass marketability. Yeah. 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 Sorry, if you need to I'm the one who knows the appropriate philosophy. I will try to press on for relaxation. Game design is in the art series, but I'm actually learning in my experience. Like, at this conference, I'm going to have one artist.
Έλατε με λεπτά, ετοιμάζομαι να κάνω μέτρηση. Πού είσαι? Καλά. Ναι, έγινε, καλά.
Oh, you got like your mic set up. They didn't ask for your presentation, did they?
No. Yeah. I've done a few versions, although I think I need to.
So we met your chat field.
Yeah.
Yes.
decided to start it up again. So now it still has the, one second at the end, it still has the QR code, and then on the one on yeah. That happens to be a pretty, That's so funny how better music than I actually started my background
Όχι, εντάξει.
Α, ήρθε εδώ ο Χαρίς.
Δεν ξέρω.
Το διόρθωσε.
Τώρα παίζει. Φαίνεται να παίζει.
Τέλεια.
Απλώς δεν βρίσκω.
Άρα είναι και εδώ και πάνω μετά.
Ναι, ναι.
Έχεις κλείσει πάνω.
Έτσι, τώρα να το παίξω. Όχι, ανοιχτά είναι, αλλά εντάξει, είναι έξω ο κόσμος.
Στις 12 είναι, έτσι.
Ναι, ναι, ναι. Δεν βρίσκω το...
Εσύ είναι ο ίντερνετ για σε μένα. Εντάξει, μπαίνει τώρα.
Δεν βρίσκω για τα captions, εσύ. Πρέπει να είναι εδώ κάτω.
Ποια?
Τους υποτίτλους.
Τι βιντεάκι είναι.
Όχι, όταν μιλάς μπορεί να βγάζει υποτίτλους.
Δεν το ξέρω. Σε ποιο πρόγραμμα, στο Zoom.
Στο Zoom. Κανονικά. Αγγλικά, βέβαια.
Δεν λες το
Αλλά...
Λοιπόν, οπότε στις 12, έτσι, εγώ πάω στη γραμματεία, θες κάτι άλλο απέναντι. Γραμματεία, όχι. Ωραία, λοιπόν, έρχομαι σε ένα δεύτερο.
Ξέρεις τι, δεν ξέρω. Κλειδί για εδώ που είναι.
Όχι, δεν είναι μαζί. Το έχεις πάρει.
Όταν ανοιχτά.
Κάτσε να ρωτήσω, εγώ
δεν θυμάμαι. Δεν θυμάμαι, έχω χάσει τώρα
Hi, I'm presenting in this room next. You'll be able to do that kind of set up now.
Okay. You can use this computer as a laptop.
Thank you. Make sure everything, you know.
Sure, yeah.
How often we keep breaking the internet. Need my two-factor? Are you sure? That's what I get for linking videos. Don't hurt yourself. His last name. That's why. Krishna. I'm really breaking everything, aren't I?
The first paper in the.
I am.
I have the second paper.
Nice to meet you, Mateo. Which one's yours on?
I'm Sasha. I'm on the static analysis paper.
Okay.
So the internet is working?
The internet is working
Perfect.
so far.
Awesome. And so Phil will make sure that Zoom is working. If
Yeah.
you feel comfortable, Phil can sit next to you and take care of Zoom when you talk.
Sure.
If you prefer not. Phil is your chair, by the way. I introduced him to Sasha.
Yeah, I've met. I have met. So yeah.
Well, I'm from America, but I'm born.
Fantastic. Good luck, guys. I'm not going to do this Zoom because humanities, but enjoy.
This is mine is kind of procedural content generation. We use a transformer.
What do you talk about?
It's generative music, application of generative music in video games. So it's it's kind of like Phil's stuff. With Synancia, yeah, and Metacompose, except we have a transformer model, and what we do with it is it allows us to control the musical output by controlling the musical input. So the entire paper, even though we use the ML model to extend human design, it's all like human design that is way too complex to do anything big with, and then the ML models take it and make something big with it.
That's super nice.
Because they just can interpret what we're doing.
So interesting, like, I wish I could stay, but again, I need to share somewhere else.
It was really fun to do. I mean, you know, as fun as PhDs can be.
Yeah. I was what do you call it, one of the assessors for the PhD in Synancia.
Okay.
So I don't know more or less what you're talking about. Good luck.
Thank you. Switch from the USB stored one to the local stored one so that I no longer take 7 minutes to load a video.
I was pretty happy to find that Google Slides exports pretty easily in PowerPoint.
Yeah, so the problem that I have is that I have a bunch of videos and I have a bunch of audio, and they're huge. And it means that editing and presenting this can go really bad, and it also means that converting it into a Google Slides does not work.
I had the inverse, so I was going from Google Slides to PowerPoint. I had to insert stuff would load faster.
Yeah, so much of this work was like the paper where I combined all of these different parts for my PhD. And so this paper is just like, here's all the stuff we combined and plopped together and then wrote music for it. So a lot of the slides I just used for my defense, but my defense, obviously, I was focused on making the best slide with no thought to its performance or anything. It's like, if it runs on my computer, it runs, that's fine.
So this is your dissertation?
It's close, yeah. I take out a lot of the stuff, you know, instead of discussing papers, I just say we did this.
I mean, I'm smack in the middle of my PhD, so.
It's nice to be done. It's nice to be done, although I didn't have anything lined up immediately following finishing it. So like I finished everything and then I'm just sitting there going like, well, actually nothing's really changed.
How did you know when we were done?
My new business cards out.
How did you decide that that's my?
I mean, I actually found it pretty easy for me because so much of it, because what we were going for so much involved just like, we gotta make a game, we gotta make the musical score, we can extend the musical score, we have to do the game emotion model, we have to do the music emotion model, we have to like clam all those things together. Like by the time I had finished that, I went, I'm done.
Yeah, I'll turn on the lights for a moment.
Sure. I'm not doing any. It was at the point where like any improvement I would make, there's a point where I had to say like, that's it. Music is written, so like I'm not, if I go back to that, it's true, right? And at that point, I can't change anything, so certain things are committed, and eventually everything is committed. I wanted to finish, wanted to be done.
Yeah, of course.
And reached that point where I was like, I'm done. I don't want to do this.
Do you mind if I copy over the mic?
Go ahead, yeah. Oh, I can project this USB. So
Can you just connect it to the main computer? So how long does it take?
I just plugged in the USB and opened it.
So this computer stays here, right?
I believe so.
Right, so it's pretty easy.
I originally tried to download the file from the internet, but it was going to take 45 minutes, so.
Do you know if it has a presenter view?
It does. It seems, yeah.
So you can see the name.
I'm going to look back at the screen when I've been checking the presentation, but it does go into my presenter view.
You're going to see the body of
Yes. Yeah, it's a file.
It's a biographic.
It does a lot of the same things that all of the other kind of approaches to the same thing have done, but it also does it from completely like a 90-degree angle.
Right now.
Yeah, we'll be like 10 minutes, 13 minutes.
All right. Share the same thing. What's the flutter? I'm coming to here in a minute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, representative.
Okay. For my transitions, I have like 1,000 animations here.
Oh, yeah.
You did the test?
I did. Yep, it works. Sound seems good. It's a little, the mix is different than it is through my monitor headphones. That's everything seemed to work. My original, I'm glad I brought the USB in addition to having it hosted online because the internet connection and the fact that this presentation is the it's I have the whole escape point video. I have the whole yeah. Yeah, so I just added it to tried to do it so it wasn't too terrible, graphic design is my passion. Got the logo in the middle, some digging around on the website. I think we are one.
The order is paper.
Yeah, how did you?
They allocate a sequence of papers. Like each paper gets 20 units. 50 units.
Right.
I think so. It's in the detailed schedule. It's in the, I already copied over.
Okay. On the slide again.
So we'll get the short session. So the schedule lists title, the last word is drawing. So it's stack analysis. And then our so we, like during the camera, we very slightly change the title from drawing to exploration. So it's just during exploration. So just when my slides come up, it'll say exploration. Yeah, okay, understand. The internet.
This is a strong example of AI research and what do you do?
Me personally, first of all, I
Yeah, the ancient Greek technology, user, and then comes in a big you use words with employees, but it's used as ways. Some different types it's good. It's I learned that reading Greek the tool you did the same. That's why it doesn't call it toilets. It's near. It's walking distance. I flew the first two. Calgary, and Frankfurt. I was supposed to fly flight was canceled. I was staying overnight in Frankfurt. Luckily, I had a whole buffer day schedule. Booking the flights ended up being cheaper and easier. I ended up flying overnight. So I could get it earlier. If I left on Thursday, so yeah, I'll take that extra day. Case scenario. I get to cancel on me. Yeah. On the way back, it's fun. It is transformative. Which was not my contribution. I used the get ends as the transformer model. And that's sort of his input. The creation of that. And I just used it as a system to expand the store. Because the way it works is that you have input peaks, so the input peaks and say, hey, can you bring it to the top? So we wrote one that using this. Here's the variation for this, here's the variation for that. And use a motion, raise the arousal potential, and you can change it. It's like a monster cube to use it. Yeah, and then couple that is that's what we're trying to do. So we're going to some of this, but our transformer is going to give us 64 extra bars, and then we can combine it. So we end up we do the math in the paper, I think we go to like 27 clips that end up 300 some repeats. And when quite it does its best. It's not so much
We didn't get any on the first book. Like live streaming on YouTube, like here, is not really, a thing all that much. So you can see like we don't have many viewers. We didn't have any viewers like previously either.
Okay, for the YouTube. So mostly on Zoom. Right?
Yeah, that's what I think. And it was
But
like
Zoom is being used on this PC, right?
yeah.
Okay.
So Zoom is on that one and YouTube is on here. I was kind of like embarrassed to tell that we didn't have any questions, but like I can't just invent questions. I mean, I
No.
could, but it would be so awkward.
No,
It would be
no.
worse.
No, that's okay. Then we just so
I assume you could take a seat there too if you want to like
I have to
take
be
care
here,
of the
right?
Zoom one.
But he has to have control of the slides, right? So that's, what I can do is I can unmute the Zoom so that once the session starts. Which microphone is being used? This one?
For Zoom, this is a new one. It wasn't here previously. I think like we were using that one. I feel like, but then she had like the the hand mic. I think this is a new addition.
Okay.
Maybe it belongs to the speaker actually.
This.
Yeah.
Okay. You will go first, right? So Zoom is going to be hosted on this PC, just so you know.
Okay.
You want to speak? You want to sit? You want
I have a little remote, so I can.
I'm starting, but I can sit on. Yeah, standing is fine if you have a mic.
And we have a wonderful clicker.
Oh, So you want me to present the paper, or you want to present the paper?
Yeah, we can.
All right. I like using this clicker for presentations because it allows me to gesticulate wildly without any danger of throwing the remote.
That's nice.
Can lecture in Italian.
I guess I need to share the screen here as well. You want to press your clicker?
I know, it's so great. I had dropped my old one enough that I broke it.
Want to try?
Spring. Yeah. My parchment came in the mail last week.
Oh yeah, this is on the level.
There were a few technical audit stuff that I fixed, and I fixed it a month or two ago.
Send me the link.
Yeah, we don't have a permanent link yet.
I don't think they do the printing anymore.
I don't think so, but I know that because right now it's still in the technical audit system.
Which is the screen? You can just do share screen. Are you going to have videos and sound?
We have videos and sound.
Let's see if this works. I think it's sharing this, right? Yeah. Oh. This is your first slide?
That's our first slide.
All right. Let me just unmute here. Hopefully everybody on Zoom can hear us. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to one of the first sessions of fdg2022. This is the Game Development Methods and Technologies track. And we have 2 papers for this track. Right, so 20-minute presentations plus questions and answers. I guess we can go a little bit over time because we only have two papers. So I'm probably going to sit over there just to control time. And let's go. First presentation.
Thank you, Phil. I'm Philippe Pasquier. I'm a professor at the School for Interactive Arts and Technology in Vancouver, Canada. And I'm here today with Dr. Kelpert, since he graduated in the spring this year. And we're going to present some work that is applying a generative music system that we have and providing, embedding it into a new pipeline to develop adaptive generative music. But before Kel presents about that, I before.
That's probably before.
It doesn't work. Oh yeah. I wanted to say a few words about the lab. We're not necessarily focusing on gaming in our lab. Instead, we're focusing in general on creative AI, which is this idea of looking at the automation, not of rational problem solving, for which we have a rational optimal solution, but instead focusing on the automation of creative tasks, which are defined by us as those tasks for which there is no clear optimal outcome. And so graphic design, drawing, painting, but also a lot of tasks related to game. Game design is definitely a creative task in itself, messaging and optimal game mechanics, and still working on that. So at the lab, we're studying the partial and complete automation of creative tasks, as well as the automation of creative tools, and the redesign of creative processes. And we're really interested not only in getting the algorithm to work, to generate creative artifacts of human competitive quality, but how to integrate those tools into the workflow of creative workers. You know, the click factory, the fact that people who are creative, they design their come, they're sitting for a computer and they click on buttons all day long, every day, the same buttons, often in the same order. And so can we embed those algorithms into the creative pipeline? Is it acceptable for the creative worker? Do they still feel the author of the work at the end? All those questions is what I'm interested in. But today, we're going to focus on this type of work applied to game music. At the lab, we look at movement, music, visuals, sound design, all sorts of tasks. Today, we're looking at music in the context of game. And with that, I'll pass it on to Kel. This track will send you to the lab's website if you want to know more about it.
Great, thanks. So this research was part of my PhD thesis, as Lee just mentioned. We basically broke the task of doing adaptive generative music into a bunch of different parts, and then this puts all of those puzzle pieces that we constructed together. So the first thing we need to mention is that game music can serve a lot of different functions, and there's not really a standard terminology. What we did is we extended the Phillips metaphor of music acting as an audience to the game. We described some great here as watching the gameplay and commenting on the successes and failures of the player. I like to sort of do this metaphor that it's like we have a live musician or a live group of musicians who are watching somebody play a game and playing music along. Unfortunately, it's not really economically feasible to send live orchestras to games. So when we're doing games, we have to automate these techniques using adaptive music. Adaptive music actually extends other live performance techniques, some things we see in musical theater or early science film, and we didn't have exact timings. But in games, the complexity and the uncertainty is higher. So the way that adaptive music works is that you can write music, cut it up into all these different parts and all these different ways, and then the system can automatically rearrange it based off of whatever input is coming from the game. The good part of adaptive music is it works really well. It does allow us to have music that matches the game. We did a study that shows that players will appreciate it. You can tell when the music is is adapting an app to game. The problem with adapting music is that it takes a lot of extra work to write music that can be cut in all of the different ways, and normally you have to manually cut it up in all of those different ways. Also, it has to be written in specific ways so that it can be arranged smoothly. Of course, extra work takes extra time, time is money. Game audio is not exactly a high budget area of game development, and so we have pretty rudimentary adaptive music in practice. Generative music is our solution to this, so it's at least a possible solution to this. The two advantages of generative music that we use, one is that depending on the model you have, the system can generate a ton of music. You can generate a lot of music very fast, and it can take constraints without really any additional problems compared to, say, the human composer. Now, generative music has been used in games before, both academic research and in the industry, and we'll listen to some approaches from these two sides. So this is from Anthony Brechtel's 2016 PhD thesis, and it has music provided by a solo organ that will try to match chords based off of a measure of tension. That is how close the player is to these kind of floating cubes that we'll see. Cube gets closer and it's tense, so we do a dissonant chord. Comparatively, this is from the same year, from No Man's Sky. The industry uses generative music, and we'll listen to what this music sounds like. Okay, so that gives us a basic idea. Duncan Williams actually and others did a study on comparing an academic generative system with some music from the video game industry, and they found that while the generative systems or the academic systems were rated much higher or significantly higher in terms of matching the emotion of the gameplay, in terms of immersion, they were not only rated significantly lower, but quite a bit lower. In other words, I think as we heard from those last two examples, the way I like to think of this, paraphrasing heavily, is that the generative systems are really, really cool, a lot of cool things, and you can create emotionally adapted music, but they don't sound great. The music is kind of crappy compared to what we could get from a standard video game score. So we did a survey of users of generative music in academic and industry approaches, and we found several trends. Our goal with this research is to build a bridge between these two approaches. They tend to be pretty siloed approaches right now. With academic systems having emotion models, using machine learning methods, being very granular so they can adapt very quickly. And on the industry, those things don't happen, but they do sound much better. They use recordings, they use VST, they find a way to sort of implement it into musical forms. But they lose all of the fancy stuff from academic systems. To create our adaptive music, we use the multi-track music machine. So this was created by Jeff N, who's the third author on this paper. And we can see actually how it works here. So this is a MIDI file we've loaded, and we've selected some instruments in the file. What MMM is going to do is it's going to generate new parts for those instruments based off of the rest of the music. So it takes the conditions the new music on whatever you feed it. What this means for us is that we can control this, the generation by the input music, rather than just using a set of parameters or trying to create some specific algorithm. In order to have some control over the emotion of the music we were feeding MMM, we created the isobat guide, which gives us a set of parameters that a composer can interpret to create emotional expression. And this is based off of previous emotion research. We did a random truthing study, and we found that the isobat guide works. And the short story is, there's its own paper on that. And the way that we use this, basically, we have to create a process where we use the isobat guide to create human composition, or to lead a human composition. And then we have offline music generation using MMM. And then both our human compose score and our generative score we synthesize the same way using VST instruments, using Ableton Live. And then we use Elias, which is an audio builder program focused on adaptive music. We use that to control the adaptivity of the music. Our adaptive score, we use a valence arousal tension model. We do the same thing in ISO-that guide. Our adaptive three-dimensional score has a total of 27 clips. Each clip has a low, medium, or high expression of valence, arousal, and tension simultaneously and independently. So we can change the valence without affecting arousal, we can change valence and tension without affecting arousal, or any sort of subset. We use a bit of standard adaptive music trickery, and we actually split the music into two sections, the rhythm sections and the melody sections, and then we smooth out the adaptation by having the melody adapt before the rhythm generation adapts, so we have sort of midpoints of emotion that the melody is going to respond to, which just broadens and smooths the adaptive score of it. Although at this point we still basically have an 8-bar section that can adapt very smoothly. To control this music, we use a game emotion model, and we use pre-plan, a predictive game-based layered affect model. We're working on that paper. It's in the review process right now. The thing to know about pre-plan, extending the different Phillips metaphor of acting as an audience, is that we actually don't interface with the player with the ball. I know a lot of procedural content generation tends to focus on the player, but because we're using music as an audience, we really don't care what the player is doing other than what it's doing to the gameplay. And so we model a spectator's emotion. We want the perceived emotion, again, as though a musician is watching the game rather than being part of the play. In addition to our adaptive score, I'll get into our generative score in a second. We wrote a linear score that is sonified in the same way. This is partially made so that we can evaluate our generative and adaptive scores compared to a linear score that has the same instrumentation, the same musical features, that stuff. Because it's linear, we can listen to it. So here I have a few clips, a few little excerpts that you can listen to. This is right at the beginning, and you can come hear the basic style. And then we can get a little later, we have a bit higher valence, a bit higher tension, it's a bit muddier in terms of is it that higher. And then we'll hear there's also quite a bit of variance in terms of arousal, so this is a place where we can hear the arousal really get up. And then finally, to demonstrate how swingy this can be, we have a moment here about the 90-second mark, where we completely have a very high tension and a very low valence, and we completely swap them. And so, by the way, I should mention that the content of that was all just clips from the adaptive score, various 8-bar clips that we then maybe composed a transition for and just arranged into a straight line to create a linear score. So we do still have swings in motion, they're just not based on the gameplay. So we took our adaptive score back to the generative score. We took our adaptive score, and remember we had split it into melody and rhythm sections. This is how we created the new music in MMM. We conditioned the new melody tracks on the existing rhythm tracks, and the new rhythm tracks on the existing melody tracks. This also meant that then we can combine any variations from any instrument within an emotion level, and they will fit together because they're all being written and conditioned on the same material. And so we end up being able to sort of randomly select variations, and in addition to our smoothed out adaptive score, we end up with about 14 trillion unique variations of music. So we don't quite get real-time generation, but functionally it's identical in terms of what the player will experience. And the generative score sounds a bit like this, like a video. I'm going to point out there's kind of two moments where you can see how the generative score responds. The player is going to get hit, and the generative score is going to do a little sound, is the best way I can describe it. And then later the player is really going to win a battle decisively, and we'll get the generative music respond to that as well. That was insane. we had a little victory fanfare there, and then we're back into the battles. The final thing to talk about is the evaluation kit. Well, it was cool, we also had to do research. We had 48 participants, and we actually did a hybrid evaluation. We evaluated both the real-time perceived affect from users, and then we have some post-hoc questions that we mentioned afterwards. Each user, before they did the real-time annotations, played the game for about 25 minutes. This is partially because Pregram is designed to know how the game works, and so we wanted to have participants know how the game works as well. We wanted them to be familiar. And then we actually followed some work from David Melberg, Antonio Miapis, and producer Kagas using panteion. We used a very similar approach to that. Due to technical issues that were probably my fault, we couldn't use panteion itself, but we recreated a very similar annotation interface. And this gives us, we can see that this gives us a real-time annotation for participants as they're watching a video of the game. We compare this annotation with Pregam's output, since this is basically the ground truth of audience's perceived emotion, and we're comparing it to a model's perceived emotion. If Pregram works pretty well, it does seem to be matching the player emotion. We use dynamic time warping to analyze it, but we don't have a great absolute baseline, so we use a random walk series, just to basically show that Pregram does do what it is designed to. It is modeling in some degree spectator emotion. In addition, we do a post-hoc questionnaire. Now, these questions were based off of the previously mentioned Duncan Williams study, where they compared the World of Warcraft score and their adaptive or their generative score. There's a couple of differences between our study and Williams, which is why I was explaining some of the results we'll see. Williams used a lighter style rating, and because we were at the end of about a 45-minute study, we wanted to keep cognitive load really low and just ask users to rank their highest video for each question. An additional thing that differs between ours and Duncan Williams' work is that the World of Warcraft score does not have the emotional swings that our linear score does. It's almost a completely different style of music. It doesn't really fill the audience role. And so this gives us a bit more quality in terms of what the music is doing and sounding like between the different conditions. However, our results are actually kind of exactly what we wanted to see with these post-hoc questionnaires. So the main things that I look at are the two middle columns here, are emotion and immersion rankings, where in terms of emotional congruency, ours is ranked by about 3 or 4 users as the linear score being the most emotionally congruent to the gameplay, and our generative score being in a very close second place, so we're pretty close on that. The big thing is that this immersion ranking is much closer than previous attempts, which was, as we mentioned, kind of one of the main motivations of this, that we wanted to have all the benefits of the academic systems, but we wanted to bump up that immersion and have it resemble video game music a little bit more. So I'm pretty, we were pretty successful in that. We basically did what we wanted to. So just to recap what we did, basically we were looking at creating affective, adaptive, generative music in games, and we split this up into various parts. We split it up into modeling game emotion Pregram. We split up into modeling music emotion and being able to create music that expresses a particular emotion, the ISO that guy. And then we use the multi-type music machine to take those designed adaptive music pieces and expand them into a much more full score, but also is a little smoother, has easier transitions because there's just more content. In terms of future work, there's actually a few things, there's many things that could be improved on this. One thing is that we looked very clearly at the moment to moment. We were operating on sort of the level of seconds of modeling gameplay motion. And one thing I want to do is expand that model a bit. I think particularly for music, trying to adapt that quickly is perhaps maybe not the best approach. Another thing is, as we mentioned, we did offline synthesis. So this meant that we had this massive amount of MIDI, but in order to get it into audio to play in the game, we had to do that manually offline to be able to. Obviously, with time synthesis and adding that into it would give us some additional fidelity and additional stuff to look at. Additionally, we looked at an action RPG game using, as we heard, sort of a rockish game music track. There's lots of different genres of both games and music that we think our framework would be really good at. We think we'd be able to provide generative music in a lot of different scenarios, but we obviously haven't tested that yet. And then one more thing is that we mentioned how we're doing things a little differently from some other models, some other motion sensing models, and from other generative music. We never specifically directly actually evaluate our work in exact comparison to other work, so it would be very nice to have that. And that's my part. I'm going to turn it once more over to Philippe for a little bit of extra stuff.
Thanks, Kel. The work was done here. So basically, in what Kel just presented, there is this idea of still having a composer at charge and doing offline using the generative system, and so to simplify this adaptive music pipeline. I just finished with a couple of announcements. For those who are interested in AI and music, we started a few years ago in continuation into the music meta creation workshop, which has been running for 10 years, a new conference. We always want more conferences. It's the third time that we presented. It's in Japan. It starts next week, and it's free registration. So if you're into AI music, don't hesitate to check that. It's called the AI Music Creativity Conference, AIMC. If you're interested in our generative model, which is a very good product, possibly the best tool that I know, just check this link here. There's an online interface that you can play with it, a little bit like the DALI of music, if you wish. And there's also a specialist program on music AI coming out in the Journal of Simulation of Music Creativity, and it's coming out this week. So if you're interested, you can check the website of that journal. I want to thank the funding bodies that are supporting this research in Canada. And finally, I want to pitch an online MOOC class on generative systems in general, both generative art and computational creativity. It's actually 2 classes. It's on a MOOC called Cadence, and it's free access online. And this MOOC is actually really good for anyone of you who want to get art education online. In fact, a lot of the MOOC are teaching industry-ready engineering and business skills. If we don't teach art and creative skills, then we're going to be at a disadvantage. So that's what Cadence is doing, and those classes are online. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the great presentation. We have some questions, time for some questions. If anybody wants questions?
Sorry if you said it, you give me an idea of the sample size and demographics?
So just to repeat the question for our online audiences, the question is, do you have any idea of the sample size?
So we had it was 48 for our study. 48 is probably 50 in the two with data, and it was pretty much, it was actually I think 56% women, the remaining 44 men. It was mostly drawn from undergrads, mostly drawn from a few undergrads. We had a few participants come from Enter, and we had a few participants come from sort of a broader networks and the games network emailing list and that sort of stuff to get some other participants. We did some comparison on the data, but we only had like 5 Enter people, so it's tough to tell if it really wasn't significantly different. But all the data seems to be pretty consistent between the 3 different groups as well.
You mentioned that your system cared about the gameplay from an audience perspective, not a player perspective. Could you tell me a bit more about the difference?
Yeah, so the big thing is that we do not watch basically anything that the player specifically does, and we don't have any models that are based on creating experience for a player. So some previous image generation, I think one of the most obvious ones that kind of shows the other way is there's one by David Morelli, where they use almost a pure experience-driven procedural content generation model for measuring Mario, but they did it based off of static design elements, which makes sense if you're doing a player because you're designing something that the player will encounter, static the player will encounter, and you're designing the emotion for that. Something like that doesn't work for us because who cares how to play? The player encountering it is going to be different in terms of the actual gameplay. So for modeling the audience's emotion, then we just, whatever the player does is another input. It's just another thing that can trigger events, it's another thing that can start all of these things, but the player is treated as though they're any other agent in the game. And there's really no central.
Yeah, and to add to that pre-learn, which is the model that is inferring the emotion from the game, like someone who watched the game, will get used to the game and there's predictive aspect to it, so it can feel what's going to happen next. But it's not just any audience member. Pre-learn is an audience member that is ruling for the player, so there's a bias there, right? And that allows to do things such as in a multiplayer game, each pre-learn will look at a different player, and it's really could be different because, those audiences will look for a different player, right? Like when you watch a soccer game, you can't generate the same energy for the two teams because they actually one is winning while the other one is losing. So this aspect is
in the pre-run paper, I think we actually use like League of Legends as an example of a way where you could code. You got some, root for one team in the interface, and then just load up a pre-run model of is that team winning, without worrying about again what are the 5 players on the team doing. We're only interested in all right, who are we rooting for, what are we seeing.
Probably I should bring the microphone.
So you have tension and arousal.
Yes.
In your model. How much do these two things relate, correlate?
So yeah, we have valence, tension, and arousal, and there's a lot of overlap in certain ways. We extend the OCC model of affect, which is an appraisal model. We actually borrow a model from affective NPC studies. And basically, tension is, valence is the positive or negative aspect of, the event. That one's pretty simple. The player getting is negative, the player getting the opponent is positive in general, right? Tension, on the other hand, is just about the prediction of events and about the possibility of future events. So it can be positively or negatively valenced based off of what the event is. But for instance, the player getting hit has no tension. The player got hit, it has a negative valence. If we think that the player is about to get hit in the next 5 seconds, that event has tension to it. And so we model the tension towards that. So tension is just in the time. Can't just do that. Tension is through time, and valence and arousal are the reactions to the events themselves.
Can you get to the overlap slide, if it's simple? Another aspect of that question, of balance and argumentation, is we did, and that's another paper, we did an analysis of the literature on music emotion and the overlap gaps. Yeah, if you read. And then what we found is here you got a number, but there's a lot more than that, a number of musical features, and what impact do they have according to the literature and on paper results on balance and adaptation. You see that it's definitely not dependent because some of the features affect 3 of them, some 2, and 6 like that. So there's a lot of overlap and complexity. In fact, coming with that sort of synthesis guide was a lot of work on the side of to disentangle the 50 plus papers that are doing this kind of empirical experiments.
Yeah, also one of my mental model for separating the two was understanding the difference between things like excitement and dread, and being able to assign. We didn't use categories, but being able to look up while we were doing this research. There's so much on transition between the different models that having some conceptual anchors as categories helped us differentiate them a bit. Basically, some of that was just manual design of translating game mechanics to motion.
This is more like a philosophical question. I don't know, more of a, let's say, hypothesis. So in terms of the effective model, I guess it's like a more general model. So for on any type of population, I always wondered if, for gameplay reasons and musical reasons, the effect model wouldn't, if it was personalized to each person, and if you actually look into those aspects.
It's interesting. We kind of do a very similar thing in a very different way, which is that the game emotion model is all based on the designer's intent. So it all links directly to basically what the game developer is intending with their mechanics. So it doesn't allow us to do a sort of personalized listener emotion, but it does allow us to do things where we can have, again, we don't really need to use telemetry or anything because the designer is doing it We don't need large data sets to annotate stuff because we're building it into the mechanics. So we do a personalized affect model, but it's personalized. We kind of assume that the person who's making the game, if anyone's going to be a correlated place on what experience they're hoping to create with the game, it would be the designer. So we do a lot of those specific decisions to them.
Yeah, I think in the long run, when it comes to generative system adaptivity, like personalizing the generation is just infancy. And we don't start working on that. I mean, adaptive interfaces generally we've been providing that this will happen like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and they're still not, right? So people click on buttons in the same order all the time, and the computer won't learn, patterns of use, no learning user preferences very often if at all, but this is definitely an interesting research agenda to go forward to.
I hope you will hear it. First of all, thank you very much for really highly developed. I mean, I'm not an expert in this field at all, but this looks much more complicated system than I've seen before. My question is this. As long as I manage to understand, this is kind of a supporting tool, supporting technology to enhance gameplay, which is not based on music. So that the gameplay is there, and then there's the music which supports the experience. If you think actually to take these tools and use them as the main mechanism of gameplay, regardless of supporting something else, just use them as part of the game itself, and not just to enhance to measure.
Yeah, there's work on. Oh yeah, so the question, if I understand it, was using this. Right now, we're just using these models to support the game. We're using it to bring something to the game. What if we use these to more interactive game mechanics and have the game react to these? There's been a bit of work on that, actually, specifically with music. There was Audio Overdrive, I think is the name of the project, where they have the game triggers certain things in the music score, and then the music score makes determinations, and based on those determinations, it triggers things back in the game, and you have this nice loop where the gameplay mechanics end up being produced. This one might be on my personal opinion a little bit, but I found that functionally there wasn't really a difference between what Audio Overdrive is doing in terms of the player experience compared to if the gameplay is making those decisions and just sending the decisions to the music. I feel like it's one of those things where there's a lot of difference in how it's constructed, but for us, I think pre-planning, because it was designed to be supported, it takes cues exclusively from the game. So part of it's that, but yeah, I just am not sure where the difference lies in terms of the experience from multiple systems are affecting each other versus like one design system affecting other systems. I think it almost, at least from my perspective, that's.
Yeah, since the next presentation should probably switch with us, but yeah, we're not interested in musical games per se. But what's interesting is that one of the premise of this work and something that we did another paper on before we started this kind of work is first to show that music matters in games. Basically, we know in movies that when people cry, if you remove the music, they don't cry anymore. So we know in linear media that music does play an important role for driving emotions, experience, immersion, all sorts of dimensions. It is the case that it is true for games, where people are cognitively busy, sometimes physically busy when they play. And it turns out the meta experience, we show that it does affect gameplay quite a bit. And so that's why this potentially is of importance, right?
So if you want to show the impact of music on games, you should submit a special issue to the actual game.
He's saying that you should submit to the transaction with an effective.
Special issues to actually transactions on games.
Well, that's great because we just needed to resubmit our pre-plan.
Yes. Okay. Special issue proposal.
I think that's enough questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go with the second section.
So if I do this, I haven't just messed up yours. Oh, did I?
No, it's all good. It's right.
Right, so we're going to start with the second and last presentation of this session. Sasha, take over. You want to just start the presentation? Yep. Hello, and this is our paper, Static Analysis for Automated Identification Without Game Management and Exploration. I'm Sasha. I'm a PhD student in software engineering at the University of Southern California, and this is work done with my advisor, Professor William Helfand. So automation has been found to be valuable for the design, development, and quality assurance of digital games. And one particularly powerful technique, automated exploration, is where an agent can automatically exercise game mechanics in order to bring a game into different states, such as different levels or different configurations of objects. And this technique has many powerful use cases, such as searching for buggy or interesting states, answering game design questions, such as game difficulty or game balance, or complementing manual testing techniques, such as record and replay. Automated exploration typically consists of a repeated process where, given the current state, we identify which actions are available in that state. The agent then uses some exploration strategy for choosing an action from among the valid actions in that state, and we then simulate the necessary events in order to perform that chosen action. In our paper, we address key challenges in identifying and performing the actions in an automated manner. In particular, we usually don't have such an ideal model of the game, and typically we'll just have the current state. We don't know how many actions are or how to perform them if we're using a traditional game engine such as Unity. And various approaches have been proposed to address this problem. One popular one is to ask a developer to implement an interface that provides these actions. And so such an interface would take an index of an action to perform and then simulate those changes on the game state to simulate that action. But this imposes an additional burden on the developer because now they have to not only implement an interface for the human player, but also one for a machine to automatically play. Another approach is to blindly sample the entirety of or a common subset of the device input space. However, the input space is large and in fact exponential in the number of device buttons on the input device. So this can lead to many inputs that have no effect. Another approach could be to have an agent that knows how to interact with certain kinds of components. So for example, we have an agent that can interact with user interface components. So on the right, it would know how to interact with the UI components, but it would not know how to interact with the custom player character controller. And finally, there are specialized game engines that use specification language such as UML or VGDL. And this can make it trivial to determine the actions. But in traditional game development environments, such as Unity, we usually don't have access to such ideal models. So the approach that we propose is the use of program analysis in order to identify valid game actions in an automated manner. We would take in code such as on the right, which is a typical update function that one might find in a game engine such as Unity. And we try to look at it to actually figure out what actions are defined by it and the conditions under which they're valid. So here we have some calls to input APIs, which check the actual user input state and control which branches are taken by this update function and therefore driving the behavior of the object depending on what the user's inputs are. And so we'll be trying to automatically analyze this. So the advantage of such automated analysis would be that it requires minimal developer effort for integration, since all one would need to do is run our automated analysis to do this process. It does not require any game-specific configuration, because once you've implemented for a common set of input APIs in a game engine, then it will work for all the games in that common framework. And it can be precise, because it would be capable of precisely considering the conditions under which actions are valid. However, there are various challenges we need to address here. For one, there can be complex conditions on input.
For example, here we have to actually know to synthesize a value greater or less than this move threshold field in order to simulate actions associated with these branches. We can have complex data flows. For example, here we actually have a user input state being sent interprocedurally into another method, here we get move speed. And we also need to determine the conditions under which the actions are valid. So here, for example, at line 2, if the isGameOver flag is true, then none of the actions are available. Or at line 10, if it's on ground is false, then the jump action is not available. Our approach begins with an offline phase where we take the game program, we extract 2 sets of conditions from the game code with our offline analysis. So we have action preconditions, which are conditions on game state under which the actions are valid. And we have action input conditions, which are conditions on user inputs, given that an action is valid, that are needed in order to perform that actual action. After the offline phase, we start the game and the online phase begins. And the first thing the exploration will do is request the valid actions from our action provider, which will query the action preconditions to determine which actions are actually valid in that state. They will then choose an action to perform from among the valid actions, and will then use the action input conditions to determine the precise device events that need to be simulated in order to perform that chosen action. So the first step of our analysis is to actually identify the various actions that are defined by the various input handling code of the game. So as input, we take in update functions such as on the right. This has calls to input APIs, which check the user input state and control which branches are taken depending on the user input state. And it also has some conditions which actually control the validity of actions. So again, if at line 2 isGameOver is true, then none of these actions are valid, or if at line 10 is on the ground is false, then the jump action is not available. And our key insight is that the different user actions defined by such code are the distinct execution paths through such input handling code. So for example, someone could take an execution path such as this, which would be for an action that moves right and jumps on the same step as the same frame. And we leverage a famous software engineering technique called symbolic execution in order to model the user input and the game state as symbolic values and then simulate execution along the different possible paths in this code. So the output of this will be a path condition, such as one below, which is a set of conditions on game state and user input under which a particular execution path will be taken. And the conditions in this path condition are composed of conditions that were true at each of the branch points along the execution. For example, such as here. So after we have the path conditions, we then export them for efficient use during the online phase. And because during gameplay, we'll need to quickly determine which of the actions are valid. So an action given by a path condition P is valid if its execution path is feasible under a given game state. So we want to determine what this set of feasible execution paths is. A naive approach would be to invoke a SAT solver on each path condition P during gameplay. And what this will do is, if a satisfying assignment exists for that condition under a given game state, it will give us a satisfying assignment for the user inputs that would actually satisfy the condition. Or otherwise, it's unsatisfiable if that action is valid. But this is too slow in what we found, because in practice there could be hundreds of such execution paths, so it needs to be a bit faster. So we propose an optimized approach where we actually split the condition into 2 parts. So the parts that are dependent on game state, which is P pre, and the parts that are dependent on user input, P input. So P pre gives a condition on game state under which that action is valid. So for example, in this example, we have an action that's only valid if the game is not over and the player character is currently on the ground. What we do then is we actually compile this condition into a function which can be queried during gameplay to quickly test whether in a given game state that action is available. And then we take the other part of the condition, the input, and we put it into another database that will be used later to determine the precise device instance. We found that in some cases it can over-approximate, but we found that it's crucial for runtime performance and a necessary trade-off. So after we have this set of compiled precondition functions and we have this other database, we can then start the game. And the first thing the agent want to do is determine what the valid actions are in the state. So for example, in this game state, we look at it, and the first thing we want to do is actually identify which components are involved in handling user input. So for example, here the player character in the middle has a component that's associated with input handling, so we would select that one, but the question mark above doesn't do any kind of input handling, so we wouldn't select that one. We then look up the compiled precondition functions we generated in the offline phase for the components that are involved in input handling. So for this example, we have two execution paths. There's the precondition functions for the player controller components. These are two possible execution paths through the update function. And both of them check that the game is not over for the action to be valid. And they also check whether the player character is on the ground. So the first one wants the player character to be on the ground. The second one wants the character to be in the air, not on the ground. So we then evaluate these compiled precondition functions under the current game state to actually figure out which of the associated actions are available. So in this case, the game is not over, so the first condition is satisfied for both, but the player character is coming down the ground, so only the first condition would be satisfied, and the second would not be. So the valid actions are then those for which its associated precondition function is true. So in this case, the first action would be valid, and the second would not be valid in that game state. So at this point, we now provide the agent with the actions that are valid, and the agent will, from among those valid actions, choose an index of an action to perform. So we then look up the input condition that was generated in the offline phase for that action. It's possible there could actually be some dependencies on game state in this condition. So for example, we have this move threshold field. So what we do then, we evaluate the concrete value of those game state values, so move threshold in this case, and we form a conjunction between the input condition and the concrete values of those values of game state. And we then solve this with an SMT solver. And you'll note that we do have one invocation to an SMT solver here. However, this is only done once for the action that was chosen to be performed. We're not quite done because, so even though we have the solution which gives us the values on input needed to perform that action, there could actually be dependencies on game state within the inputs themselves. So for example, we may have a game state variable which controls which button is involved in pressing the jump action. So we would then further inspect that and evaluate that in the concrete game state, and now we have a fully concrete set of inputs that we can then proceed to try to simulate. And so finally, we then figure out the actual relevant inputs for the game from these conditions. So for example, we look at get axis horizontal in the second case here, and we see it's positive, so we would look up in the input configuration, what is the key code associated with positive horizontal axis, and we then simulate that input on either keyboard or on the joystick, whatever the controller is being used for that game. So in summary, our approach has an offline phase where we determine the conditions for the possible execution paths through the input handling code. We have an online phase where we determine the valid actions by checking these compiled precondition functions. And we then perform an action chosen by the exploration agent by solving the user input condition for that chosen action under the game state, and then simulating the appropriate device inputs. So we've now proposed a solution basically to the problem we outlined at the beginning of the talk, where we consider each distinct execution path through the input handling code as a possible action from a game state. For our evaluation, we considered two questions. The first was about how thoroughly an exploration agent, based on our approach, can explore the game. And the second was about the runtime of our approach in the offline and online phases. So we implemented a prototype of our technique, which targets Unity games that use either button or axis inputs. In principle, this could be extended to other kinds of inputs as well, but these were the common types that we chose to implement for our evaluation. And we then obtained 6 open source Unity games from GitHub and ran our experiments with these open source games. So for our first experiments, we compared the performance of an automated exploration using our approach for identifying actions versus state-of-the-art techniques. We considered the following approaches for action identification. So the first was our approach, which is based on execution paths through the input handling code by analysis. The second was about the manual approach, where we basically manually provide the list of valid inputs for that game, and this corresponds to the technique where a developer would manually specify the possible actions for that game by such an API. And we also evaluate blindly sampling the entire device input space. And finally, just as a lower bound for reference, we also consider the case of null, where just time is allowed to pass and we don't set any inputs to the game at all. We measured exploration progress by counting the number of distinct states that were reached. And the way we did this was by basically regularly serializing the Unity scene hierarchy, and that's so basically an abstraction of Unity scene hierarchy that omits some of the more detailed attributes. And we consider an agent as a random action selection strategy, so it's just randomly choosing actions from all of the ones identified by our analysis. So for each of the 6 games, we ran the 4 approaches for 10 minutes each round, multiple times for a total of 16 hours of experiment time, and we achieved the following results. So at the top left, we have the average state coverage, average across all the games over time. And so what we can see is that our solution outperforms blind sampling of inputs. And we can also see that our solution can automatically achieve results that are similar to the ideal case of manually provided actions. And on the right, we have an example of what the exploration looks like when using our automatically extracted actions. So here an agent is automatically performing random actions that are given by our analysis. And you can see that it's capable of exercising various functionalities in these different games. For our second experiment, we measured runtime, and we found that our offline analysis completed for all the games under 3 minutes. And we also found that identifying and performing the actions was fast enough in order to be able to observe the gameplay in real time. So in conclusion, we've developed a program analysis-based approach for identifying valid game actions. We evaluated our technique against 6 open source Unity games, and we found that it's capable of automatically achieving results similar to the ideal scenario of manually specified actions. And it's also fast enough to play the games in real time. So we believe that these are promising results, which could be useful for automated game exploration playing with arbitrary games. Thank you, and we have a link for implementation public release below, and the link is also available in our paper. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation session. Any questions for?
What is your input for the game action?
So the question is about what the inputs are for our approach for extracting actions. Yeah. So the inputs to our technique are the actual game code. So we would look at the code that was written by the developers, so the input handling code that checks user input state, and we have basically an automated offline analysis that looks at this code and runs the symbolic execution technique on it to extract the different possible actions. So we don't actually look at like images of the game, we're actually looking only at the code of the game.
How robust is your automatic code reading stuff to some more chaotic code, or you could say poorly written code? People who use code readings a lot, for instance, or if anything's not in that static update.
Yeah. So the question about the robustness of our technique under different types of code that could be maybe more poorly written.
Written by me.
So our technique, so you mentioned specifically coroutines. That is one specific case we do not currently support. That was more of not a limitation of fundamental technique, but more of a limitation of how much kind of time they had to invest in the implementation of the prototype. But and our technique is pretty generic, so we can generalize to many different styles of ways that might implement it. So we kind of, we defined it on a very abstract way, which is based on execution paths through the code. And so, in our experience, we tried out these different games in our evaluation. They had they had many different ways of the way they would handle it. We found that it's capable of handling it in many cases. And in some cases, there could be more complex data flows, and we still found, even in those cases, we could do like a reasonable over-approximation and maybe just kind of pretending that there are branches at those points within APIs. But it was always you really didn't need to do that. We generalize it pretty hard.
So I have a question, mostly probably theoretical, is that looking at the system, have you thought about its application for like automatic game testing, for example, like quality assurance type stuff, debugging?
Yeah, definitely. So the question was about whether we've looked at the application of this technique towards automated game testing or quality assurance. And this was in fact kind of the maybe root motivation for what we were doing here. So kind of automated game exploration play, I think is an important aspect of automated game testing techniques, and kind of a critical limitation that a lot of game engines have is that they don't actually make it easy to determine these actions. So this is definitely something that we're interested in applying this towards. And we didn't specifically measure bugs found in this work, but in the future, that's definitely something we're interested in.
I'm sure if you have questions on Zoom, let me just double check here. I don't think so. Okay, so thank you, Sasha, for the great presentation. You have a question?
Two things. Besides play testing, do you see any other applications of this technology in games? And the second question is a side question. We recently see that these kind of systems are very viral in social networks. People are watching the game, like such systems playing games. What's your take about why we do this and what you think about that?
Okay, so the first question was about whether our technique can basically, whether use cases has beyond play testing. So I didn't maybe fully catch the second question. Could you maybe?
Recently, it's it's streaming and YouTube and other platforms. We see a lot of such systems playing a game. People are really watching it.
Okay.
So, what's your take about it? Why do they do this? I know I had a few reasonable solutions, but are you aware of it, of course?
Okay. Yeah. And so the second question was about whether, so there's on social media, people are watching basically automated gameplay, and my thoughts about this. So for the first question about the applicability of this to other techniques, so I mean, I'm pretty much interested in going forward and applying this to any places where basically knowing the action of the game could be valuable. So, kind of mentioned automated game testing specifically, but I think, like in general, maybe some kind of like automated game playing, this could definitely be something you could do there. I'm aware of work that maybe uses this for some kind of like difficulty assessment in games. So, if we can kind of make this technique work for automated gameplay in such scenarios. It could be like a useful general technique maybe for maybe doing this kind of difficulty assessment or automated playing. So these are definitely areas that I'm interested in maybe bringing this work to. So the second question about automated gameplay on social media, I'm not super aware to the extent of people are watching these videos, but I mean, I definitely see, demos of, like automated game playing, and specifically, how it pertains to my work. I think so. Essentially, this program analysis-based technique could make it easier to basically integrate games with AI systems. So, kind of, there's a barrier right now where the developer needs to actually do this integration work to get their games working with AI. And I think that these kinds of program analysis techniques, like the ones that we demonstrated in this paper, could be valuable for reducing the amount of work that's necessary actually to do that kind of integration. So, yeah, I think it really interesting results to kind of push forward.
In recent Vietnam, in July, there was one lecture I would like to send it to you about social media impact.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Any other questions? All right. So with this, it concludes this session, or this session of the Games Development Track. Please keep in mind that the coffee break or the lunch break is only at 2, right? Sorry, at in an hour.
Yeah, I think so too.
So if anybody's interested, there's also the Games Beyond Entertainment track running upstairs, and also the PCG workshop, Procedure Prompt Generation workshop, running in the workshop so thanks guys, and I would like to thank the presenters, and one last enjoy.
You can relax now. So what do we do with the Zoom?
I'm not, is it over? Do we call it a day now?
Sure.
I'm presenting tomorrow, but my talk is as a remote talk, but it should be in person.
Okay, so we should probably discuss that with the program chair.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where Stefano is.
I already sent a message on Discord yesterday.
He hasn't replied?
No one responded.
I'm not sure what's the process for that. I guess I can.
So I'll give you the name. Soon, with it soon. Yeah. So if you could check and please.
I'll talk with Stefano.
I'm Divish.
I'm Phil. Usually one by All right, I'll talk with Stefano and make sure that
It's room 2 tomorrow.
So it's upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to be sure that I don't know. And also it'd be good if it's updated the schedule because I don't want to keep on missing it.
Sure. Okay, for sure. I will talk with you probably do anything because I'm just chairing this session, but I can talk to Stefano and see if we can change that. Okay. So we just leave everything like this.
Are we done for today?
No.
So yeah, we'll just leave it there. I'm gonna go ask my professor right now, but if we don't have any more presentations and stuff in this room.
I think there's going to be another track in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's what I think so too, because he told me we're gonna be done at about 5.
Yes.
So we just leave it here if that's the case. I'm gonna go ask him now. We don't want them.
Okay. All right. We should probably just say we just always say.
Yeah. But I get it, you know, it's more practical. And it's like, you gotta throw the whole thing off.
Hey, how you doing? It's not, it's definitely good. Yeah, constraint. So we were, so we implemented it for standard. It's a tricky thing for kids. They might not always be. So you need to actually track that. So yeah, sure. You need to actually track action. But you know, even with the limitation. Yeah, April is here to be wild. That would be April 10th, 12th, one of the reasons why we decided for that's Nordic figure. You know what the other component was? So the young we're going to
Can we have a less? I don't know, the second floor. The second floor. Outside the other room. I don't know that the okay, so you can make the steps from the elevator to the second floor. Yeah. It's outside there. Is it there? Well, we had some hiccups with the Wi-Fi. Yes. The other one will not only. Yes, and also with.
it's like right on. Yeah. I'm actually looking at your team. There's a few
So you're already screen sharing. So whatever you need to do is put things here. And
so there's Zoom open, here's a question.
Zoom, you can open the chat.
Alright. And this mic is streamed through Zoom.
This one is streamed through Zoom, and that one is streamed. Okay, so if I were you, I would ask somebody to take care of letting you do everything and read the question. So if you can just do it. But if you think you can do it by yourself, like I'm going to do it by myself. So I'm going to sit here and talk.
Okay.
So if that's how you do everything.
Alright. Okay.
I mean, you're already doing it. It's online and everything is working.
Yeah, that's right. If you can go.
Remember that it's also like currently it is muted and
okay.
live. So you will need to. Good.
All right.
Thanks. You need to. I think Ralph is still here, so I'm going to send him here to
Okay. All right. Presenters, if you want to test your things. No, it's the presentation laptop. You have. No. That's what I wanted to do as well. Do you have a PowerPoint or something? It's me, but I was just briefed into how this works, so I don't know.
This is the main connection.
Do you not have?
I probably have plugged in these two lines and connect to Zoom.
So you have the link to the Zoom? It's Zoom. It's the first.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just quickly find something on the browser?
Yep.
It doesn't help that I see the URL. Okay. Suppose I need to actually log in into my Google Drive. Are you ready?
Yeah, I just want to respect myself.
Right, so you're 20 years old. Yeah. It's in Greek. Fascinating. Okay, I should have actually maybe. Which one is login? Okay. The pleasures. Extreme thinker.
You have a USB key.
Okay, I'll go with the LBC. You're the only reasonable person in this respect.
May I borrow it? I'll put my presentation on it as well.
Sure, well, that's what you asked.
Thank you.
Just
So we're copying, or at least getting the presentation set up, so that we don't need to do this between.
Do you have any remote presenters?
So 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one was
right there, I think.
You're the fourth presenter. Second, okay. So we're all here then. All right.
Slide or PowerPoint?
PowerPoint.
So as soon as we started, please start the share as well. Okay.
Good. Very deep, nothing. Yeah. So let's here. What? Uh-oh. Okay, so you'll find this on the desktop, fdg2022.
Okay.
All right. I was signed out of Zoom for some reason.
Can I take the pen drive? Or?
Yeah, no, we can save me.
That's a myth.
Oh, we are still in the meeting, so where's... This one? This one? Ah, here it is. Okay, so I share the stream. Oh, I'm on the PowerPoint first. So I am screen sharing. All right. Okay. Your screen sharing is paused. So I can do screen share. Ah, okay. And the PowerPoint, which is this one. Okay, and then we need to turn on I guess the video and this.
Yeah, both the video.
Okay.
Make sure you selected this one.
Okay, so which is this it?
Yeah.
Okay. And we need to talk to this for the room.
Right.
Hello. Hello. Sorry to wake you up. All right, everyone, welcome to this track, this session, which I'll be both speaking and sharing. Trying to get this snappy. So the door was closed. We had to prepare all these things pretty quickly. Hopefully, it will work seamlessly. Right, we have to admit people as we go. Okay, just setting up my timer so that I can keep track of time. Here we are. Okay, so we have a little time. I'm going to get myself started. Okay, so I'm presenting myself and presenting my presentation at the same time. My name is Jonathan Leslav. I'm a professor of game design at the University in Montreal, and I'm going to talk about this right now. And yeah, I'll be fast. I just realized I have 10 minutes and not 15, so I'll go straight to the point. Okay, so the core, the idea is, or the notion that I'm after is the notion of emergent stories. You probably know what this is, but just to be on the same page, an emergent story is whenever a player, while interacting with a game, discovers or encounters something that they can understand as a story, but that thing was not authored or pre-written previously. And here I have to give a pet example, and the Sims are often a good place for this. I have a past student who was asking for a good Sim story, And she told me that she had a character who had a baby, and so she took the services of the nanny in The Sims so that her character could go to work while the nanny was taking care of the baby. And she came back her character came back from work, and the nanny was there with the baby in her arms, and the character started engaging in a conversation with the nanny, because that's what Sims do. But at some point, the nanny's, not phone, but clock ran out. Her time was gone as a nanny, and she left with the baby, which in game terms is, or in the fiction, that was generally a kidnapping, because that baby was never seen again. And neither was the nanny, because she couldn't call the nanny anymore. She didn't have a kid as a reason to call the nanny. So, I mean, that's tragic, but that's also funny. And that's one of the pleasures that we're looking after, is the pleasure of discovering a story in an emergent system. And here I'm citing James Ryan in his thesis, where he calls this the aesthetics of the uncovered, which is it's a different pleasure than generating a story or participating in the creation of a story. It's more like a reporter who discovers something that should be told or that could be told, something that's fun. So that's what we're after. Okay. And so this idea of emergent story discovery, there are already many games, or not that many, but some games are really famous for their potential for story discovery. The Sims is one, but for Dark Fortress is another one, Crusader Kings. But however, they rely on the existing channels of communication to find out about those stories and the interfaces. And these interfaces were designed for the gameplay. So which means that to discover a story in The Sims, you need to witness it right now as it's happening. If you miss it, then it's lost from memory. Same thing with most of these other games. So what I'm interested in is, can we design so that these rich dynamic systems allow you to recover or discover stories that have happened without you necessarily making them happen or witnessing them? So there are some precedents for this, which I'll go quickly over. Dwarf Fortress has this Legends mode, which has triggered some aspirations, but it precedes the gameplay, so it's not right in the gameplay, and it's a bit higher level. Also, it's as many things with Dwarf Fortress, but completely easy to use. So that's an inspiration. Another inspiration is James Ryan's Dial, not sure how you pronounce it, but it's a system, it's a simulation that's not a game as it is, but it generates a full web page of all the content of the generation with clickable links that you can inquire about that. And it was an inspiration. So the context of my project is Chronica, my current project, which is also founded on a simulation, a social simulation mostly. And the idea, what I'm trying to do is, how can I design this specifically with discovering emergent stories in mind? So it's not an afterthought, it's not a byproduct of the gameplay. The main thing is trying to find stories in there. Very much in progress, but what I'm going to show you is pretty mature. So my inspiration is Wikipedia. So in a sense, what I'm thinking is, would it be cool in those dynamic worlds if I had something of a Wikipedia that updates itself with all the information in the world? And the reason I'm inspired by Wikipedia is that it's so familiar. You don't need to explain that interface to anyone, everybody knows it, and it's already given its proof that it can document a very complex and rich one in an easy way. All right. So our system, or at least our interface that I'm presenting here, is called Chronicles. It's an automatically generated encyclopedia of almost everything that has transpired in the world, and it's always available and dynamically updated. So I wanted to do a little live demo, but for streaming reasons, it's more simple to just walk through a few examples. So currently, this is what the game looks like. It generates a world, and it generates, or at least it simulates years and years of history in there. You can see the little villages forming, and you have to know that all these villages are populated by not actual people, but simulated people whose entire lives are also simulated. So there's nothing, everything is causal. It's not just random. And so if I'm interested in someone in there, I can just find them out. And then I have this little Wikipedia-inspired interface where, okay, this guy is called Godfrey Lacombe,
and have his own biography. And the content is still a work in progress, but you can see I can find out where he was last seen, where he was born, his age, his current occupation, and all that. One of the things that I can find out about, for example, I have many tabs here. So that's not from Wikipedia. Wikipedia has sub-menus, not sub-menus, but sections, but we found it easier if we could just lay them out like this. And then we have, for example, all his family with the little images there. And as you can see, the names are in blue, which means that if I'm interested, for example, I find that this character has an ex-wife who is dead now. So I can be interested, okay, what happened to her? Tragic story from. So I can click here, and then I'm in Clémentine M5 page, and there's another tab here that's the timeline, which just lays out. And you see there's a slider up there, the year. So for her entire life, I can find out every year all the things that she did, or that are the events that she was engaged with. And if she was engaged in an event that includes other people, then I can also click on these other people and find out what they were doing. So for example, how did Clémentine die? Well, you see, I had the horrid luck of crossing the path with a dreadful pheasant and did survive the encounter. I am one of its innumerable victims. So it's written as a journal, as if you are taking track of all the things they were doing. Die. So funeral, 4 people attended my funeral. So now I don't have the link to just go find who were these people, but it's something that we could do. Other things to note, for example, you have the back and history of things that you were looking at. So if you want to compare 2 pages, you can easily do that. A home page and all that. So the embody button is a bit strange, but in this game you can pick anyone. So if you're looking at someone and you're interested, okay, I want to be this person right now and do something with them, click embody, become that person, and live your lives from there on. We also implemented recently graphs. So many of the variables that these people have, you can look at what happened or how they varied in their lives. So for example, Godfrey, I find out that his mental health went up pretty promptly in the last year. So here that also triggers a question to me. What happened, Godfrey, in your last year that made you so unhappy? And I did go and find out that both his son and his father died in the same year, so tragic. All right, so that's how it works. We did some user testing. We had 2 rounds of it just to find out if people could find the information. So we asked them simple question. Here's this person. Can you tell me who their mother is, or how did they die? It went well pretty easily because of the familiarity of the interface. Between the 2 rounds, we did we adjusted a few things, but in general, it's pretty well understood. Some notes, we can do detail generation, so that's fun. We have a text generator system, which is documented and published elsewhere, and also free to use if you're interested. But we can generate details at the moment of documentation. So if you have a game, the game representation might not be super granular, but at the moment of documenting it, you can invent some details that can be useful, interesting, without breaking the reality of the simulation. So in this case, I found it interesting that these 2 accidents kind of forebode, because the first accident is I was seized by an intense sense of dread, and the second accident is I fell into a hole in the ground, and then there was the father's funeral. So it seems like these accidents were maybe announcing bad omens of that death. Then there's a problem. There's still the process discovering. If you have something in mind, it's easy to find out that information. But there's still the problem of way too much data, so it's a bit daunting. And I find that it's also the same problem with Wikipedia, right? You know, just don't go to Wikipedia trying to find a good story. You can actually, but typically you go there with a question in your mind. And that's our current thing, is how to define entry points, reasons for players to go out and find for information that might make them discover interesting stories. So we have 3 types of entry points. The first one is contextual, meaning that I'm playing someone, and so I'm more interested in the people who relate to that person than to anyone else. So in this case, I'm playing Lorena, who's 62 years old, and currently she's getting a wedding proposition from Morocco. And so I can click on that person and find out about Morocco, and now I'm interested in that person. Is that a good fit for me? Do I like his mustache? Things like that. So this person now is meaningful to me. It's an entry point to the archive. There's also the entry point, what we call absolute entry point. So there are some features that make things they can be often more interesting in absolute. For example, when you have deviation from the norm, world records. So in this case, Elpidio has the world record of being moved by the most people, 30 people, which is actually pretty outstanding in the simulation. So when I click on him, I find out that he's not wearing clothes, which might explain the sex appeal. But I know that it's a bug. But still, I found that it was a pretty cool coincidence and interesting emergent story. I also find out that he's a member of the Impetuous Society Club. So I find that that's maybe sexy as well, that these people are impetuous. All right, so I'm already over time. Just last thing is, it's also fun to, since it documents everything, it also documents bugs. For example, when we implemented wooing as a quest, we discovered through this that we still had these quests were designed with vendetta in mind, and a vendetta, you would inherit the vendetta from your fathers and mothers, and so we discovered that you also inherit seduction quests from your parents, and so we discovered that these people had this quest of seducing their own grandmother, which they inherited from other people. So these are also interesting stories that are meta, in a sense. We never know whether these are bugs or not. So, and finally, too much information can be a problem, so many games hinge on the discovery information, so we also implemented a subjective. So when you embody someone, information that that character doesn't know is actually redacted. So you know that this information exists, but you have to find out about it, so we can also help. All right, so I'm done. We have 1 minute for questions. I'm just going to go through the Zoom, see if I forgot to admit some people. Hopefully not. It's been a while. Where are the participants out here? Okay, so listen good. One question? Yeah?
If you were running by rows or some neural network to power the world?
No, this is, so the question was, is this a neural network generator or is it like a rule-based simulation? So it's just old school rule-based simulation. No fancy AI. Other questions? All right, so thank you very much. And I will be asking for the next presenter to come up. Yeah, try to make
And should I share my screen on this one?
Yeah, can you? Are you allowed? No? Let me, are you? Okay.
No, I think you just need to stop sharing.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Thanks. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Chintan Trivedi, PhD student at the University of Malta, which is an island not too far away from here. I'll be presenting work on game state learning via game scene application, which is co-authored along with Constantinos Makentasis, who unfortunately isn't here today. But you might run into Dr. Anthonios Diapis, who is here, and also Dr. Yoris Yanakakis, also here at FDG. So I was actually planning to start my talk by giving some sort of a background on the thing that you see in here is the premise of what our work is about, where we claim that
you have to keep it as far as possible.
Is this better? Yes. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so as I was saying, I was planning to introduce this concept where in games it is pretty easy to change variables like the weather conditions that you see. But after what I experienced earlier this morning in Athens, it seems like 1 minute there is rain, another minute I'm expecting from the sun. So perhaps the premise of our paper is wrong. So please take my presentation later. So having said that, let's get into what our work is about. So I'd like to start with the background on what it is that we are working on. The core aspect of what we are trying to do is to learn a representation of a game from its RGB image. And what we want to learn here is to extract some sort of a compressed information which gives us highly critical values describing a particular game state. So in this case, the example that you see, some information like the traffic variable that you see around a car of interest, that could be a piece of information that we want to extract from the image. And for this purpose, we want to use a convolution neural network. And recent studies have shown that it is possible to use different self-supervised learning algorithms to train such a neural network that can understand these images of a game. And these algorithms usually function by like exploiting some sort of inherent properties of images to form a learning signal that helps you train your neural network. And you don't really need to have any sort of manual labeling or human-assisted annotation to create your learning, to create your training data set, which is why they are like it's a very promising approach for this particular task. And what we have also seen is that these sort of representations are pretty general purpose. So whether you are game research learning, let's say something like gameplay agents, or you're interested in content generation, or modeling of players, these sort of frameworks are pretty powerful, no matter which field you are working on. So just to give background on the current existing techniques that use these self-supervised learning algorithms, one of them is known as SimCLR. And under this technique, it is common to take two different views of the same game state using some form of image augmentation. So here you can see one of the images is in grayscale and the other one is slightly rotated. And the task here that we ask our convolution network to predict is to come up with game state representations that are the same, like the two representations that are pretty similar. And the reason for this is because both these images, they represent kind of the same game state. And even though at pixel level they might look different, the representation, that is the information which we are really interested in, that needs to be kind of similar. So on the right, assume this is like a 2D embedding space for your representation. So under the SimScalar framework, what happens is your neural network tries to learn these game states that are very close to one another. And at the same time, if you take an image from a game state which is not similar, then what you learn are representations that are far away from the representations of the first two images. And this is basically a context. Your feedback is really good, right? It's messing with my brain.
Yeah, I don't know where it comes from.
Okay, just even further. just
It's okay. I'll try to keep my hands.
Sounds like somebody has Zoom on.
Oh, do you have a? You should mute this.
It's fine. Maybe I can pause this. Okay, then is this better?
No.
Sorry, I'm not sure I can.
Yeah, good. Just continue.
Sure. So, I mean,
there you go. Yeah, it's right now. It's perfect.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. So, anyways, what
pick it back up. What I was trying to share in this slide is, when we usually use regular computer vision techniques in games, we tend to use them out of the box as they are. But what happens with games is, it offers us a lot more flexibility that it's very difficult to do in the real world. So, for example, here you see simple image augmentations that are possible on images, but games offer us this flexibility where we can pick and choose what objects we want to render on the screen, and this kind of allows us to play God and change things as per our liking, which is like quite difficult to do in the real world. So, in our proposed method, we define this technique known as game scene augmentation, where we make changes at the game engine level to render our images. And to give you an example of what our game scene augmentation does is, consider this particular image. What we define is, under our framework, if we change the color of the car, we say that the game state does not change. So this example provides a learning signal that the color of the car is not an important feature that we want our convolution network to learn. And similarly, if we change daytime to nighttime, we claim that again our game state remains the same despite the changes you might see in the pixels. So you can imagine how with games it's easy to generate infinite images like this, where you change weather patterns, time of day, or many other such instances. You can change the camera angle and say that our game states are still the same. And similarly, you can also add vehicles around and claim that this is a different game state. So what happens is, compared to the previous image, even though they are, you could say, like 95% similar, just the addition of a single vehicle is something that changes the game state. And this sort of a formulation, it provides a very powerful signal to your computer vision algorithm that what are the critical aspects of the images that it needs to focus on. And yeah, you can add as many vehicles as you like to form your data set. So let's say we do use game scene augmentation to generate such images. Now the question is, how does this affect the training process? And basically we name our game scene augmentation based training as game CLR. And there's something very interesting we noticed. When we look at the embedding space, we noticed that during training, the positive images that, okay, so this red one is the anchor image, and in relation to this, you can see this is a different game state, but that one is the same. However, both of them are embedded pretty close together. And such a triplet, it forms a very powerful learning signal for your computer vision algorithm. And the orange ones at the top, they are like the regular negatives that you would encounter in SimCLR. So this kind of samples we notice are forming a really important signal, and we try to visualize this during training. So what you see here is the blue ones are the positive pairs or the similar game states, whereas the orange ones, which are the negative ones, that you see in SimCLR. So on the left, the algorithms converge pretty quickly, and you are learning kind of things at this point. Whereas in the case of game CLR, the green signals, which are the negatives formed from our game scene augmentation, they kind of provide a more consistent signal throughout the training, and that's what is so powerful about That's what's so powerful about our approach. So just to quickly wrap up into how we are evaluating our methods. So what we see is we want to compare SimCLR and game CLR, and we want to compare how well the representations are learned using these methods. And we simply use 6 variables pulled directly from the game engine that I tried to highlight over here. And we try to compare, are our learned representations able to predict these 6 variables? And what we notice is, if you try to correlate our learned representations with these variables, then our game scalar method is better equipped to predict these variables correctly. So basically, you can say that a convolution network trained using such a method is a better or more accurate representation learning framework for this particular task. And just to quickly conclude, if you are someone who is working with games and convolution networks, what we are basically trying to say is, instead of simply porting over the computer vision algorithms and using them out of the box, it might be worth considering leveraging the advantage that you have from these game engines and be like a little bit more creative, and you can like, kind of squeeze out a little bit more performance from these algorithms. So that is basically the gist of what I've been here to present, and I hope we are.
We have time for one or two questions, but first, thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, nice work. Nice work and interesting with a lot of applications. Do you really need to use the game engine? Can you use object recognition, find objects, and modify them? Because what the key thing is that semantic and it's easy to say. What if you use object recognition, found a car, so use the color of the car? That way, without involving the game engine.
Very good question. So I think this kind of depends on this part of the end application, where if you know what you are looking for and it can be solved in an easier manner like object detection, maybe that is the better approach, but that would be a trade-off with the general purpose applicability of what you are looking for. So if you plan to like share your same training model across different tasks, or maybe even across different games, it might be better to learn with a self-supervised signal rather than more of a supervised signal.
Next.
Yeah, if you have to use the doubles, you don't.
Yes, I'm not saying you should use another method. I'm saying you should use this method without the game engine. But yes, you need to know what you can change, for example.
Yeah, in this case, what you are augmenting and defining as positive or negative, that could be a powerful way to control what your model learns. Do we have time?
No, we have to move on, but thank you very much. Here.
Okay, try it. Can you hear me good? Can you, yeah. No feedback? I think the volume is my arm. Yeah. So if you can come here. Let me try. Yeah.
Is what you want to show?
Hello. I think that's good enough. Thank you. Thank you. No, this is mine. I was looking for it.
Okay. So I'll signal you when you have 1 minute left.
Okay. So thank you very much. I think you can hear me all right. We are Victor and Antonio Jose from Barcelona, from Tecno Campus, and we are going to give you a talk from the humanities. So this is going to be rather different. We are here to present our project, funded project by a national grant, about mythologies, myths, and contemporary video games. We are tackling myths in video games from two different perspectives. So we're going to jump into it, and we're going to try to squeeze it into 10 minutes. As I said, this is a funded project. This is all the information about the project. It's entering its second year. We have been touring a few conferences for some time now, so maybe you have heard about this before. Sorry if this is your second or third time. We have been listening to people at Tigra and different spaces. We can tell you more about this later, but I think it's better if we jump to the main ideas of the conference.
So the main hypothesis of our project is that we have, let's say, two different kinds of myths. Okay, we'll call the first set of myths the myths from transcendent perspective. That's what we call myths in the present. Let's think on all ancient myths today. And the other one is myths from the immanent perspective, what we call myths of the present. That is, myths that are generated in our cultural context. Okay, so our hypothesis is that both families are intertwined inside video games. And if we study them, we can understand ideology and cultural framework of our current societies. Okay, so that's the main hypothesis. But first of all, let's go with some definitions.
Yeah, maybe we need to establish what we talk about when we talk about myth, when we use the word myth, and we have been dedicating this first year of the project to defining and refining our idea of myth and our main idea of myth. So we're using a few references that you can find here, and we are focusing on the idea of myths as not explanations of the world, but explorations of the world, not just traditional legacy, not just a cultural legacy coming from the past. This is something that's very fitting to present here in Athens, but as something that we use, a mythical structure that we use to explain the world and how it operates and how we live in it. So myth, according to Cook, is a narrative form of understanding that proves indispensable to a community. Every community has a mythical structure to explain the world. Even in a rational society like ours, in a rational world like the 21st century world we inhabit in the so-called West, we need mythical structures. A myth is something that is connected to ritual, is connected to, as Paul Ricoeur said, to social imagination. And in the postmodern world, we have seen not a retreat from myth, as Cook says, but a much more pervasive sense of myth. Mythical structures are everywhere. As we will explain now, mythical structures provide grounds to give meaning to everything that happens to us.
So this is not a specific concept, of course, and in game studies we have the narratology and ludology word, as you know. So in the literary field, they already had his own conflict with the idea of myth. So basically, and very briefly, two ideas of myth as immanent and myth as transcendent. Myth as something immanent was going by Roland Barthes, the French theorist, and he tried to answer this question, that is, are there myths that are typical of our time, apart from those sanctioned by traditional myth criticism? So again, this myth as something immanent is focused on current situations, okay? How our current society creates their own myths. This idea is disputed, goes against the traditional idea, that is the transcendent perspective. Miss Eliade, Judge Campbell, and some other theorists, they defend the origin of myths as some sort of supernatural story that happened in illo tempore, so before the time of human. Okay. So that's why Pierre Brunel and other theorists consider that the immanent approach to myths are basically reduced of ancient myths, or in other words, they are only parts of ancient myths that we are now trying to understand.
So just to clarify, myths are not false beliefs. Talking about myths is not talking about superstition, it's not talking about folklore, it's talking about the way we rearrange the world in a manner of repetition and of resonance to explain everything that's happened and how we connect it to the past. For example, the survival of the fittest is a mythical structure of our contemporary societies. And from this perspective, we are trying to balance, to juggle between these two opposing forces, opposing views of the myths in the present and the myths of the present, immanent and transcendent and immanent myths, and this is how we divide the project. Actually, Antonio is running the first part, the myths in the present, as re-updates of myths that comes from the tradition and classicism and so on and so forth, and I'm in charge of the second part. As we are going to explain now, we are coming to realize that they are not as disconnected as we expected. So that's going to be our contribution to the humanities, hopefully. So to structure this, we need a focal idea, something that we can understand, something that we can analyze. We are at the moment using induction to find video games with constellations of repeating motifs, and we are using the concept of mytheme to explain these motifs. The good thing about mythemes is that it's not purely narrative. A mytheme is an idea that keeps being repeated. It can be a scene, it can be a setting, it can be a setup, it can be an archetype. So it's an archetypal structure that is part of a wider net. We are studying mythemes, we are looking for mythemes, we have starting to build a database, and we are starting to look at how these two opposing views, or apparently opposing views, deal with the constellations of myth themes, deal with the construction of myths through the repetition of myth themes. So it's basically the smallest unit in a myth, in a mythical structure.
And how can we analyze all these myth themes? Well, methodology we are using right now myth analysis. Myth analysis is a literary approach that uses the myth criticism. Myth criticism is basically analyzing a very specific unique text, okay, or the visual text, literary text, in order to understand the singularity of that text. Okay? Myth analysis is basically gathering a set of texts in order to understand not just one text, but the cultural context where these texts, these films, these games were created. Okay, so our approach is contextual approach. We are interested not just on how can we analyze a very specific game, but how games in a very specific moment when they are created, what are they telling us about the myths of the moment. Okay.
So myth analysis will be close reading. Myth criticism is connecting a lot of text and doing this type of distant reading and looking for these connections. And when we connect them, we start to see these repetitions, these patterns, and we can see how they are part of their context. In a feedback loop, we are not arguing that video games can change the world and then give birth to a new world, or we are not arguing the contrary, that video games are just a product of society. Video games, as any other cultural form, are in a feedback loop with the society. So they reinforce ideas and they take from the world and they repeat ideas, even sometimes unwillingly. Just to give you an example, we are going to close with two analyses of the same game, one from the perspective of video games and myths in the present, so classical myths, so to speak, in the present, and myths born in the present. We're going to do so with Death Stranding, which we have analyzed separately, and when we compare what we did, we found out that it was not that different.
Okay. So it's not, we'll read very briefly, okay, you can read the extended version in the abstracts and also in the main documents. So in this case, the Death Stranding understood as a myth in the present, so we are taking something tradition and seeing this myth inside Death Stranding. This is the figure, the character of Aeneas from the Aeneid, okay, and also this Aeneas in what they call the digital precamera. And basically in this paper, what you can find is 5 myth themes or narrative motifs that are used to analyze the Promised Land in Moses, the Promised Land in Aeneas, and also the Promised Land in Death Stranding. Death Stranding basically plays with these 5 myth themes as the conquest of the West, again, some sort of Western. And we are very interested in seeing how Sam, the main character, follows the path of the main character of the Aeneid. So you can read in there, and you will find that we can understand this classical myth, but again, under the logic of platform economies and new economies, because Sam is not the greatest hero. Sam doesn't really want to do that. Sam is under the idea of Uber and all these kind of platforms. So you can see that what is developing there.
And just in 30 seconds, this idea of the precarious hero connects to contemporary ideas about what a hero is, how society is organized, and the aesthetic of the game is taken after the trend of slow gaming and slowness. And it's a game based on the idea of collapse. There's a growing field called collapsology about how we deal with the idea of an imminent collapse. It's different from the traditional myth theme of apocalypse. Collapsology is more about how we handle things and how we prepare to face what's coming to us. So from an immanent perspective, this is a forthcoming chapter in a book by Jules Resens et al. About eco-games. We see that Death Stranding uses collapse, apocalypse, the myth, the crisis of the myth of the survival of the fittest to discuss contemporary society. Again, this is a forthcoming chapter and we have time for questions. So we're going to jump to the conclusions, and we basically going to say that myth themes are part of video games as much as any other form of culture, and we are looking for something else, something beyond just the updating of traditional myths, and we are looking for these connections to society. So something to remember from cultural studies. Popular culture is made of tensions and contradictions, and what we have seen by analyzing this game almost by pure chance in these 2 tracks at the same time, is that the same myth themes are used to build different types of myths. So the way we as societies articulate myths is not that different from the way it used to be a couple of millennia ago, and that's what we are going to develop further on the line. Thank you very much, and sorry for the extra 1 minute.
Time for some questions? Almost. Yes.
Could you give a very simple example of a myth in the present and a myth of the present?
Yeah, we have analyzed a few games already, and a myth in the present could be Senua's sacrifice, with the myth of the descent into hell to look for a loved one, and this is something that you find in many cultures. In Greek mythology, in Japanese mythology, there's always a character going to hell to rescue someone. And in a game like Restraint, Finnish game called Restraint, you see that, a descent into hell, but linked to the idea of neoliberal success. You don't have neoliberal success in a classical myth, because neoliberal success is very individualistic, and in classical myth, it's always connected to the community. So the hero that goes descending right into hell in a classical myth is doing so out of a connection to a wider sense of society, of community, and so on and so forth. So a version of that myth as a myth of the present will be a myth based on neoliberal ideology, on the myth of the self-made man, success, and so on and so forth. So that's, I hope it's more or less clear. We can give you other examples if it's not. Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really sorry for rushing things. It's a very
No,
fast
it's late breaking.
And since there are other things right after us, we need to be think about that as well.
What did I do?
Yeah, the mic on the table thing seems to work.
All right, so in order to further diversify the more diverse session, let's talk about mental health representations and hobbies video games. Right, let me just start a timer to keep track of how I'm doing. So I'm not going to go for lack of time into things like that I hope are familiar territory to a lot of us about how problematic mental ill health representations tend to be in popular culture, video games included. Think the imagery of insane asylums and deranged lunatics with chainsaws and all these kind of negative stereotyping and stigmatization associated with mental health issues and mental well-being. And there have been games that have done it differently, and there's encouraging signs in the game industry as well. So there have been nuanced discussions of games like Hellblade or Celeste is a more recent sort of indie example that has received some. Can you all hear me, by the way? Yeah, brilliant. So there's interesting examples to be found on that front, but I wanted to do something slightly different. My interest is mainly in hobbies video games and personal small stories that people make using engines such as Twine and Bitsy, which is the one I'm going to be focusing on. And I'm interested in it from a number of perspectives, from a perspective of vernacular creativity, so how do people actually express themselves through digital media, but also from a perspective of platform studies. And I'm not going to explain what platform study is, there's no time for that, but if you are to some extent familiar with the bogus and Montfort's concept, it's basically looking at how different kind of tools that we use simultaneously enable and sort of creatively constrain what we can do and how we can express ourselves. So it's interesting to see how people use those different tools, and the tool that I'm going to be talking about today happens to be Bitsy. Very quick trigger warning. So mental health, there's going to be some discussion of mental ill health, suicidal ideation, self-harm. So if that is something that might upset you, maybe skip this one. But how many of you actually know what Bitsy is?
If you could raise your hands. Okay, so I don't actually need to explain it too much. There's a few people who are new to this particular tool. And what the hell did others do? Okay, right. So let's basically, if you want to make a game and you don't know how to get started, Bitsy is one of the easiest tools to begin with. It's freeware. It works directly in the browser. It creates super small HTML files, and that's why it's been popular with a lot of people who have been excluded for skills reasons or for interest reasons or for whatever reasons from video game production previously. It's super minimalistic. The exact point of the engine is to be as simplistic and limiting as you can think, precisely because when your functionality is severely limited, you have more opportunities to actually finish a project for a change, right? And you can also play around with those constraints creatively. So basically, the Bitsy games are super ultra retro looking walk-in simulators of sorts. Isn't that? It's basically just rooms that are grids of sprites, and you can walk around, you can collect items, you can talk to characters, and move between the screens, and that's pretty much all the functionality that it has out of the box, although there has been a lot of interesting things going on in the community because it's an open source tool and there's a lot of extensions that you can, hacks as they call them. You can actually make 3D games with Bitsy. They're still going to be they're going to look recognizable Bitsy, but there's a lot of sort of community creativity going on the technological front as well. And at a very basic level, this is what the editor looks like, right? So you draw a sprite, you draw another sprite that makes it animated, and then you create a level, and each given sprite, whether it be like a word tile, has 2 colors. There's also hacks for fixing that, but that's basically the engine. So what I was interested in was, because they're relatively, and also just to see how it looks in action, these are some examples of Bitsy visuals. There's a fairly recognizable aesthetic that has been sort of slowly colonizing platforms like itch. So if you've seen these kind of things, that's what Bitsy is. And most of the functionality of the engine is literally already there in this little GIF. So I was interested in this initial survey at looking at how do people express themselves in mental health things using Bitsy. It's a very exploratory thing, hence the late-breaking work as a format. I looked at games posted on itch, because that happens to be the best place to go if you're looking for some vernacular game creativity right now. And basically, I just looked at the games that were tagged, made with Bitsy, and mental health, right? And also, there was a couple of games that were not in English. I didn't speak, still don't, either Spanish or French, so I'm focusing on the English language games, and there were 31 of them that I played, and this is the basis of this account. Right, so very quickly, if I'm doing like a survey-like approach, I just tagged the themes, the mental health issues, or not necessarily issues, experiences addressed in those games, either because the creators of the game specifically mentioned those conditions in the text description of the game on the website or in the game itself, or because some elements were instantly identifiable. So one of the games, for example, dealt with a shutdown, which is a term associated with autism spectrum disorders, and if you know what that is, you know that you'll tag it as ASD. And some games touch on multiple issues, and also when I say issues, I don't necessarily mean like diagnostic criteria, not DSM-5 type of things that you would get diagnosed with by a professional. Whatever issue or topic the person was interested in exploring in a game that they tagged mental health was something I was also interested in. So that's sort of a kind of summative account. Side note, proponents of the neurodiversity movement would not necessarily agree that things like autism spectrum disorders or ADHD are necessarily mental health issues. They would say they're natural variations in the human brain, and there's an argument to be had for that. But if people make games about them and they tag mental health, that means that for them, either the condition or the associated comorbidities, anxiety, depression, whatever, are also important. So yeah, anxiety and depression tend to be the most popular ones, mirroring the actual statistics of being the most prevalent mental health issues in society, exacerbated by COVID and all that, of course, as well. And there's also themes ranging from substance abuse to self-harm. There's a lot of imagery that they explore there as well. So I'll just give you a couple examples and then I'll shut up. What happens in those games? So those games tend to be very autobiographical. they tend to replicate or narrate the experiences of the people that made them. Sometimes in the first person, sometimes they take a slightly more metaphorical approach. So there's a game, for example, on the metaphorical side of it called the Trash Collector. And basically what happens there is you are someone who feels the personal responsibility for collecting other people's garbage. And you do that all day, and you'll come back home, and you realize, thank you, that your place is full of trash, and you have no energy left to deal with it. Which is, I forget the term right now, I forgot to write it down, but there's a limit to human compassion if you do a lot of it at the expense of your own mental well-being. It can be hard, and I think it's a metaphor for that. A lot of the other games are a lot more sort of literal autobiographical. And then some of these games actually sort of talk to the player as if you're having a dialogue, and they try to promote either coping strategies or sort of an emotional one, or kind of provide messages of support. And that's one of those examples from a creator whose games tend to be these kind of talking pieces where at the end she will actually thank the player for listening and keeping her company, and talk about sort of the social anxieties and relationship issues that she's had and things like that. Just to sort of finish up, it was interesting for me to look at Bitsy seems to be this very simple, very basic engine that can do a very limited set of things. But if you look at how people express different ideas using Bitsy, there's a surprising range of things that they do. So one thing that seems to be quite prevalent in the games is they use glitches or glitch aesthetics of different kinds. So this would be an example. This one is called I Hurt Myself. And this is the protagonist. So they don't look anthropomorphic, right? It's sort of like a sandstorm kind of thing, and the world is on fire. And there's a situation where you're talking to someone, and their dialogue becomes increasingly garbage because presumably you can't focus, or you're no longer really present enough to understand what's going on. So these kind of things, right? Or they'll play around with level layouts. They'll familiarize you with a space, physical space, like the room where a house is, this is what happens. A loved one commits suicide, and it's no longer, the place is no longer recognizable. You're lost, you're getting stuck all over the place. These types of things happen. Wrenching endings and things like that. There's a game where you roll a dice. Each dice roll represents a possible branch to go, something that's basically a direction that your life will take. And it always ends badly. I'm not going to analyze what that means because I don't have time. Writing, a lot of them are basically poems, interactive poems that can be read, in their own right literature, but there's also sort of visual imagery, there's recorded dialogue, and there's, just to finish with one example that I particularly enjoyed, it's called Envy and Equanimity. All the links are in the paper, by the way. And this one is, so every scene has a different color palette, it has a different sort of visual metaphor, but the author talks about their experience growing up, the sense of alienation that they felt, various kinds of mental health issues that they went through. And I'm just waiting for it to go to the next screen to kind of show you that basically each screen is sort of a carefully crafted visual metaphor for something, right? From the sort of mountain range in the plain to a calendar where seasons change, and you sort of explore again, what does it mean to live in a desert with a community that doesn't quite accept you for who you are, and then it's winter time, and you go into the store and you realize that even the clothes at the store aren't really meant for you in these kind of things. Right, so real quick takeaways. It's interesting to look at these games for me because they offer a lot more variety and a lot more diversity in perspectives compared to sort of what we tend to see in AAA gaming. And they tend to serve many functions at the same time, right? They are therapeutic, presumably for the authors, to a large extent, I think, for players who might be going for simpler experiences. They're sort of educational, some of them are more advocacy-oriented as well. There's a lot of expressivity, and people seem to be aware of the expressive and artistic dimensions of their games as well. And I'm not going to go into why platform studies are a good, prism to look at this through. But basically, what I would like to do with it in the future would be to maybe look at how this compares to some other tools and try to have a more systematic categorization of the sort of rhetorical discursive goals that the games pursue, but also the sort of expressive means. That seems to be a really interesting space for me to explore. And that's the bit where I shut up and thank you for your attention.
I'm very tough. I have a mix of a community announcement and an actual question. And just the example, we talked about games time with beyond time next year on Wednesday. And then just to connect to it, a lot of the matters that they find are also, like personal narratives and some trauma and things like that. How much of it is it the indie aesthetic? Like, but is this more pervasive than just looking at one small section of, for example, issues or LGBT, or why people in indies that use Etsy make these kind of games?
I think it's a question that warrants more time for an answer than I currently have. I don't like the term indie very much because it's been kind of co-opted, indie is attack on Steam. This is a very different kind of indie. But also, even within the kind of, neurodiversity community, within the LGBTQ community, if you look at these statics as a toying game and a Bitsy game, thematically, emotionally, they may be taking players on similar journeys, but also how they express these things can be quite different. And that makes it interesting for me to look into it. But let's talk more about it, and I'm psyched about the workshop on Wednesday.
All right, thank you very much. Is anyone chairing the next session?
Because the session itself is online, right?
I suppose. Yeah, so I think most of the other papers in this room will be online.
Getting interesting. Do you now feel personally responsible for somehow starting the next session?
Yeah, well, I'm here. This is all right, so Alex, are you ready to talk? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, everyone, if you want to have conversations, please take them outside. There's another section right now. All the speakers are online, but I'll put them up there. Yeah, Alex, sorry, I'm not sure how to do this. We haven't had the online paper yet, so I'll try to figure it out. Oops, did I kill your share?
What is the one in which you're speaking?
So this is the one that. Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah, I had like a one or two, and I just kept it.
I don't know. So am I sharing this?
I think you are. Okay, at least like that's what we do.
Okay, that's what I was sure about.
How did you deal with your last you didn't know? Because I had one upstairs and I managed to get there and I put it there. It worked.
Is the sound coming out? Sorry, Alex, can you speak just a few? Can you just say something? Just wait a bit. Just wait a bit. I want to make sure that we have sound in the.
I think that you also usually do what I suggested. So maybe what if you do something like this? Maybe put it like this. Is this Alex?
Yeah.
Can you ask him to raise his hand? There is something that he needs to hire his volume. Can you ask it?
There's a point for DCT.
He's not giving us a
Because I don't think you can change input.
They give you too many from even if it's relative quality, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's hard. Sorry to interrupt, Alex, can you hear me? Can you move up closer to your mic or command the input levels? It's very low for us.
Still very low.
Maybe I want to put this.
It's already better.
Yeah, it's better, thank you.
Let's see. Can you speak now, Alex?
So the motivation.
It was great. I know it was good.
Sorry, is everything still good? I just want to make sure that it's still hear me.
Go now.
Can you still hear me?
Yes. Do it
Okay.
now. Perfect.
All right.
This is great.
So this study began with two key motivating questions. The first was, can eye tracking glasses enable cognitive measurements of playing board games in a natural setting? This was inspired by Northeastern's acquisition of this new mobile eye tracking glasses technology in its game lab. So I wanted to utilize those, and this was one of the earlier questions that I came up with. We found that yes, they were able to measure differences in working memory use while playing games. The other motivating question was, how does the medium of the game, digital or physical, impact cognitive functions? And we found that it does impact working memory, but it's inconclusive on visual attention. So we'll go over some definitions. So cognitive functions are, these are kind of base level definitions, obviously, very high level. So they're mental processes involved in the acquisition of knowledge, manipulation of information, and reasoning. Working memory is a core executive function and cognitive function that involves mind holding and working with information. And visual attention is a set of cognitive operations that mediate the selection of relevant and filtering out of irrelevant information from a cluttered visual scene. So what equipment do we use in our study? So we use eye tracking. It's been proven through many studies to be a strong measure. As I mentioned, some of the inspiration for the study was due to the mobile eye tracking classes being available to us, and it's for a good reason. But this is an enabled study that are not just screen-based experiments, meaning we can study the difference between two game media such as digital and tabletop. And then we use Ticket to Ride as our subject for the study. There are multiple reasons for this. It is easy to learn. It is it's an easy to learn game for participants who haven't played it. It includes enough challenges for participants to require working memory and visual attention use during play. And also the digital and physical versions are visually very similar and mechanically very similar to each other. However, there are differences between the two types, and this is what we were trying to study in this experiment. So, ahead of the study, looked at differences between different versions. These are hypothesized differences that we listed in our paper. So the first one summarizes the effects that a physical version or a digital version can have on working memory and visual attention. So, for example, the physical version is played in 3 dimensions. So with greater spatial awareness of the game board and its pieces, it's expected that working memory capacity would be freed up, which here is indicated by a plus working memory. And the digital version includes flashy animations that are expected to keep the visual attention of the player on the goal-oriented elements of the game, which is shown by a plus visual attention. We also looked at differences in the environments. So the environments of the two media themselves are expected to have an influence on cognitive functions. So, for example, a physical environment increases social interaction and collaboration, which hasn't shown to increase visual attention. Whereas the increased visual input of digital environments has been shown to require more working memory. However, without the ability to weight these effects of the different versions and their environments, this analysis is inconclusive, which led to our hypotheses, not hypothesizing greater or less for either version, but rather a difference. So each one of those are working memory hypotheses. A player will use different amounts of working memory resources while playing the physical or digital versions of Ticket to Ride. And H2 is our visual attention hypothesis. A player will use different amounts of visual attention while playing the physical or digital versions of Ticket to Ride. So, looking at our methodology, so we had 8 participants, which is relatively low. There are a couple other studies similar, had low participant numbers, but this was largely due to a restriction in lab time at the university. Unfortunately, future work obviously would ideally have a greater number of participants. So 12 minutes per version. So they played a tutorial first, or they went through a tutorial, played one version and then another. It was randomized and counterbalanced between the 8 participants. Obviously, used the mobile eye tracking glasses and used a within subjects analysis to compare individual differences between the 2 versions for each participant. So the measures that we had for working memory, we used the fixation duration of the eye tracking glasses, as well as the pupil dilation, actually measuring the change in pupil diameter between different events and between versions. And for visual attention, we used gaze by looking at where the participant was looking, and we manually set these areas of interest for the video data that we received. So taking a look at some of our results, you can just get a kind of understanding of what this video data looks like. So you can see each vertex of the yellow line is a place where circle shows how long they looked at each of those slots, essentially. And here's the physical version quickly. Just a 10-second video. So for the gaze data, we did have to manually draw some areas of interest lines and do analysis that way. Which is a very manual process. We had to sample it because of that. There is potential for machine learning to be able to make that process better in the future. So looking at our working memory results, so for fixation duration, we did, so the data has a test statistic for real constant time mix test of 0 and p-value of 0.008, which does support our H1 hypothesis that working memory is different between the two versions. We found that the digital version led to more working memory use than the physical version. Pupil dilation data with a test statistic of 6 and p-value of 0.1 does not indicate whether the versions require different levels of working memory. So they do not corroborate, but we did find significant findings with the fixation duration data. For visual attention, this is the gaze data, which again is a very manual process. Had more limitations due to that, but so we found a test statistic of 8.5 and p-value of 0.2, which does not indicate whether the versions require different levels of visual attention. All right, so what are some of the implications from our study? So first, with mobile eye tracking, they're promising modality to study working memory and media choice by fixation duration analysis, specifically for non-screen-based applications. Obviously, the screen-based eye tracking is very similar, but it's fixed, and that requires a screen in order to be subject to analyze. So for looking at game media and the difference between them, working mobile eye tracking glasses are seem to be a strong modality for working memory. They're not quite as promising for visual attention. At least, so barring future optimizations and potential maybe machine learning to automate analysis and create those, as the head moves around, obviously the area of interest changes, so that has to be manually set per frame, essentially, of the video. So this could be automated and potentially greatly improved as a modality in the future. For working memory, we found that so an increased load on working memory leads to cognitive. I'm sorry, I mixed up the sentence here. So increased load on working memory leads to distraction from negative moods, but also playing a digital game leads it leads to more load on working memory. That is what cognitive training is aiming for. I'm sorry, that sentence does not really make sense as it's currently written. So cognitive training, so games made for training and working memory, aiming for increased reasoning, memory, or attention. We want to have them play a digital game versus a physical, based on this fundamental difference in more working memory being used while playing these digital games. However, you may want to have people who are lacking working memory capacity, be they children or older adults, or neurodivergent or neurotypical players, play games that are less cognitively taxing. And touch on this later as a game scientification as well. So those would be the time to play a physical game based on the medium alone. So for visual attention, we no significant findings were made between the two versions. So future studies will be needed to support or deny some other research out there. So some research suggests that playing digital games may lead to decrease visual attention. And so currently the studies doesn't say anything positively or negatively towards that, and future studies are recommended. As far as games applications, I touched on briefly. Accessibility to physical and digital games is important and increasingly prioritized and funded. You can see some of the work that Microsoft and others have done, putting money into this. So, neurodivergent and older players are excluded from many games currently. So knowing how your games medium itself, this last one actually, impacts players cognitively should be fundamental knowledge for game designers when they're deciding and choosing which medium they're going to be designing in. It also has implications for hybrid games, thinking about which elements are used as physical version or digital version or physical and digital element and so on. That is it. I don't know actually how we're going to time. If you'd like to open up for any questions, please, if anybody needs time. Slide.
Yes, so perfect timing, and we do have time for questions. I'll see if there are any in the chat. First, thanks for the presentation. Let me. Sorry. Okay, I don't see any questions in the chat. Any questions here? No. Sorry, Alex. I'm trying to cope with the technical situation here, so I've been busy with that. So no questions, but we do have a little bit of time. If there were any things you left out and you wanted to develop upon, we have some leeway.
Okay. So as far as other future studies, we have talked about really trying to minimize some more of the differences. So in our study, bring up this slide. So we did have the experimenter, which is myself, you can see, playing a separate room for the digital version, as we thought that this was a more naturalistic, like ecological way of playing. But for future studies, we have talked about reducing some of the differences between the two versions. Obviously, the area of the board games is different, which we're probably not going to change, but having your opponent be in the same room for both versions, having the tutorialization was done for the digital version as well, so they may have gotten more accustomed to that version, because the tutorial itself is not done in the physical version. So essentially, we're trying to reduce the differences to hopefully eke out some more conclusions between what actually are those differences that are leading to the difference in working memory, and then also attempting to make that visual attention analysis a little bit easier to manage with that manual process that we currently have.
Thanks. Thank you for the additional clarification. Questions, comments? All right, Alex, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And is the second presenter around? That would be Guillermo Gianluca. Yeah, okay, I don't have much to say, so all I'll say is the floor is yours. You can start whenever you want.
Yeah, thank you. So, share screen. Okay, I think you can be my screen now. So, hi everyone, thank you for being here, and we'll present our latest work, which is handling being content flexible development. Video game players and enterprise perspective. So, I'm Dr. Guillermo. The scope of this work, and this work is covered by Paris, Maurice, Bloom, where we have exhibition internet, your technical strong. So, who are games our board? The idea is to detect expertise in video games using basic technology. In this case, we use partner. We also want to detect expertise in network computations, so there might be actually beyond what course video games, and we want to investigate things related to features such as link duration and link rate, and we discriminate between different levels of expertise. For this specific game, we send like an Arsenal tournament. Arsenal is a class-based, like our name is the user, and game games will be our one per board. The deck currently uploaded by 30 cards, not spell. The game works more or less like Magic, so if you ever played Magic, so you know how more or less the game works. So we send a lot of tournament, which we have 17 participants, all males, and this tournament was one versus one. The videos, so data were collected with a laptop webcam, like a normal webcam, like the one called the so 30 frames per second. In order to pass around, we dimensions of 3, and this was all the tournament beside the finals. We dimensions of 1 to go to the next turn. The first three classified with the prizes and the event was called versus allocation. We collected in total 106 videos containing 17 matches. So, expertise was defined using a games method similar to other studies that try to define expertise in video games. In this specific study, we used self-assessed experience between 1 and 5 and the number of hours they played. We decided to use this specific variable because the results of the tournament was for payment bias. For example, the Western player against each other at the beginning of the tournament, which would be one eliminated in the early phases. So this is why we use this specific variables. Before I go ahead with talking about links in our study, I just want to say something general about links, which is important to contextualize our study. Generally, human links around 7 times per minute. Some slides say 30 over 19, we can stick to 70. A link lasts between 15 milliseconds and around 1 millisecond, and we can use such as reading or stations. Links can respectively decrease or increase. In respect to your workload, so why links are important? Links are connected to gradient as well, and this method is interesting because we go from something else beside what happens to the links next to this field. Links are connected to striatum, the prefrontal cortex of the mental area, which is vision, collision, and cognitive performance. These all related to conversion activity, the striatum, mostly the receptor. So it's not related to receptor, can also apply to integrated activities, for example, particles with particles. And these are the areas like the ventral tegmental area in the midbrain, the striatum, the basal ganglia, and so on. That's the newest part of the brain. Okay, this is how we started the links from videos. We use like a measurement detector, CB2 library in Python, and we use the CB2 library policy landmarks used to detect the eye separation. So this is the formula, you see the 6 points here of the eye, and the eye separation formula connected to all the signal, how we know the IS relation itself, the interesting information. Furthermore, the library how to interesting IS work in the last second, and for this reason we decided to build the signal using sci-fi 95. In order for it to be defined, detected as a link, we justified that it has to be as plus in 2 frames. So it's approximately the numbers I gave you before, so 50 milliseconds and 1 milliseconds. And furthermore, this will also use like interval being, which is a quick side of this milliseconds, 9 frames. These are all the specifications of the defining. Yeah, and the other is where the IS integration information we don't just start with links, but also the link duration, so the duration, the link interval, and the non-IS integration. Yeah, out of the 156 videos, we retain 146. One particular will start with the line, so if you, as you can imagine, in line, the API portion or device that doesn't work. And the same for example, specific videos which participants that were playing it out, or they had to go, or they had like longer hair, for example, part of the artist. In the end, 20 videos as notices 25, and of course, the videos and 30 as extras. So you can see some descriptions of these here. They are, want to avoid that, look at our papers. It's just like a big example and it's right into the summary. Okay, for what concerns the results, we take the analysis with 2 methods. We look at the differences between like per group. So we get all the video of the same participant using a linear model. So the randomly presented in this case are participants. So we all look at all the videos belonging to the same participant. And then we look at the evidence of the different level of expertise. Here the conditions are squares, 168, which is for the general model, and the margin R2 is the part explained by level of expertise for the 1. Then we run a greater test, and we found out that significant difference between expert performances. And no significant difference was found when we looked at the integration. We also classify the videos, so we look at all the videos and label them so that it's before. And yeah, we use like random forest, balance the weights, and apply it to the data set in order to balance the strong imbalance CFC number of data set. And apparently, the result was satisfying because the random forest for the data score all checks, and it seems possible to discriminate videos belonging people at a different level of experience. So what are the conclusions they decided to get from our link rates or link permissions to X layer or layer is that were according to the mixed linear model. The classifier showed that the feature started from the IS integration and from level of expertise. So that actually the information is from like the mean and the median from the IS integration, so that raw data extraction can be important and simulated with different levels of expertise. And it's also, I think it's also important because the IS ratio can not only convey, probably does not just convey information about these, but also about speaking and aggregate movements of the subjects. And it's sort of like confirm on follow-up side or running our data set playing out. So it's also interesting because given the connection that you link and brain activity, you can sort of compare what's happening in your brain. And given this connection, you can also use this method for other purposes. Probably, for example, assessing neurological disorder might work. Furthermore, our method is an improvement in its development. We just start either link per minute, but also the duration, the interval, everything is equal. So it's more robust for target customer than the versions. Of course, from a study comes with limitations. have to manually define the pressure for each participant. It might also be mentioned that now we have a new method. We finished work on a new method, which don't need a pressure anymore. This method is going to keep them more resistant, resistant to the one about the study. Probably be a follow-up study and publication for possibly comparing this method. The small sample that we adopted was just composed by male players and students mostly. So it's just like a small part of the population. The classified method behavior, even though it's not a significant difference between novice and expert after we do that study among. The classes are intense and more dominant ones. Video parts, we have to build that. This transfer features bright colors, sounds, and other features that might be more, they might impress more non-players and they don't know. I think like this is all for my presentation, and if you want to know question, you want to send me by email, if you want to know more about my work, my developer, here is the work coding on the Skype. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Clapping. Bravo. All right. There are no questions. If anybody online has questions, just type them in the chat or just speak them out. Questions here? Yep. I'm going to repeat it.
How does he think he can cope with that? Is it to generalize this by creating a test set in the future, or is there a way to do it within the planning study?
Okay, good question. So I'll repeat the question here, Gianluca. We have a question from the audience.
Can you see the second click on the proper?
Okay. All right. If I move closer, can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Okay. All right. So the question is, in your limitations, you mentioned that one of the issues might have been that there might have been some player-specific learning. Do you have any ideas on how to cope with that issue in further experiments?
Yes, like what we done in quite a bit of the other experiment, like all participants just look at single video, so not multiple video of the same participant. And I guess also quickly the data set, if you want to use multiple video from the same participant might have. The first step is what we've done with the new data, so like just one video for each participant is work. There are differences they can extract using the eye separation information. Which seems to be the case of the data.
All right, I have a question also. So, sorry, I have a question. So, if the blink, the number of blinks per second is different between novices and experts, does that suggest that experts are more concentrated when they are playing?
According to previous study, like expert and people proficient on a task, they have like faster updates of representation. So like the fastest link represent like the faster update in the representation of the task. So this like it's not I think it's not very dependent on concentration, but being overly adjusted on what is happening and perceiving like less cognitive work. Because if your visual cognitive work will increase your attention and attention learning, like you skill and you task with something very more naturalized are people then and need less while you come to inside. So if you master the task, you have like your way of thinking and your thinking pathways from a single baseline.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Gianluca. And I'm welcoming the next speaker. Sorry, just checking who that is. To come up. So, Carly, if you're there. can't see them in the Zoom room. Suppose we can wait a bit. Yeah, there are 2 Zoom rooms. I don't know. Can you connect on the other Zoom rooms to see if Carly is there? I'm looking for our third presenter, and we're wondering maybe they're not on the good Zoom. Other John. Carly Kocurek. Nope.
We're sitting in the other room.
Okay.
Not unmuted.
Looking for. No. Okay. Anybody has a late breaking research they want to share? Yeah, so, yeah, I can give a few minutes, no problem.
I'm sending her a tweet to see if she replies.
So we're looking for the last presenter. We're gonna take a few minutes just to see if she shows up. All right, so I suppose there wouldn't be enough time anyways now to do that paper. Okay, so given that the presenter is not there, we'll just conclude with the session. Thanks everyone here, thanks everyone on the internets. We'll take a break and come back in 15 minutes for a panel, I think. Bye-bye.
So this is how you are doing this. There's a microphone. There's no way to connect the laptop to.
I would imagine there would be, but that's apparently the way we do it.
Because I'm just like, the feedback is so significantly worse in this room than in the other room.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anything you can do about it, but I guess not.
Yeah. Okay, so we're done with this. There next will be a panel. If I
think it's in person, so
yeah.
Okay.
I won't bring anything.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's right. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be back. Good luck. So it's supposed to be here.
We use my computer and I'm going I don't know, maybe each person can go, because we.
Yes. Yes, please do.
So now, it's something else. I put it in the fdg folder you have. And it's you see the top. Except the screen first. Like that, I just figured you could use it. Now maybe put it on the desktop. I think it's working. Let's see. You never know with the PowerPoint. And there's like 100 slides in here, so I think it's a bit fun. Well, it looks good up there.
All right.
But you need to turn the screen sharing on in Zoom as well to go online.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can do it right now, actually.
Yeah, I think that's the right window, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's green. I can only assume that's good.
Probably. Maybe not. Maybe you're sharing.
But I didn't choose this.
Yeah. Let me see. It's always going to be wrong. Computer.
No, it was right.
Was it right?
But you need to start the presentation first. Otherwise,
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No.
You want to mess it up.
Don't want to press too many times because it's so heavy that far. Yeah, okay, so where's the Zoom window now? Let's do this first. Okay, so
I think it's
Screen
just
two.
Screen 2. Yeah, I think that's.
Now it's better.
Yeah. That's, yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's better then. Great.
So, I'll probably sit here first to say hi, then
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so we'll do
for whoever is.
big chair moving. Yeah, so well, let's see how many people are. So we're
I
gonna
think we're
be
6.
Yeah,
so I'll
so-
sit on the side, so
yeah, so then we'll need to move these things a bit because we're gonna need all the chairs.
They're
Maybe
thrown into.
I don't think that. Do you think that's good?
It's taped to the floor.
Yeah, it's taped to the floor.
Cannot come fully untangled.
Some we have to be careful. I think. Still 10 minutes or so, I think. At least all the technique set up. I mean, it's in order. Also use can come. So I guess we have a new microphone now. Or? No, maybe that's only for Zoom then. That's off now.
Yeah.
But it's very loud, so I think if we have it on the table somewhere, not too close. Okay, so like the format, we're all doing our presentations and then a discussion. Or that's
I think better have the presentation.
So run through all the presentations.
And we will do this.
Oh, so everybody, okay, so you start and then.
Do you want to take questions yourselves, or do you want me to ask for questions from the audience and online? Or do you have some questions to ask each other?
I don't know, we haven't.
Or do we just see it?
Let's see how many people.
No, I'm just wondering, like after your presentations, if you want me to sit here at the computer and ask for questions and forward them to you.
Yeah, because we will probably be,
Well,
mostly, attentive to ourselves.
Yeah,
or
okay.
to
Well,
each
I'll
other.
jump and
So to make
after
sure
your last
that-
presentation, I'll jump to you.
Yes.
That sounds good. Yeah, I can sit in one of the awkward chairs since I'm last. I mean, these chairs here.
Yeah, so you're starting. Yeah. Oh, it's still raining.
I looked at my raincoat this morning and then I left it in order.
Oh, I didn't bring a raincoat. I thought
It was pouring down at home, so I had to have something when I went to the airport.
It's so hot. Hi, Christine. Nice to meet you. So I'm going to
Yes, and my presentation are all loaded up here, so we'll just take turns with the chair.
Musical chairs.
Yes.
Exactly.
Except there's a chair for everyone. Yeah, and same spot.
Yes.
No, in German we say Leo.
Could you take a few pictures of the back when we're talking? I think that'd be nice. We could have something. Yeah.
And don't wonder if I crawl around.
No.
Yeah, sure. Happy to do so.
Okay, I'm really curious about those 5 minutes. I think I need to have my watch either in front of me or just kind of put on a timer so I can make sure that.
But it's a quick 5 minutes.
Oh, that's something very different from Norwegian or Swedish.
Yeah, I think I'll do
what
it.
pictures are
I'll time myself for 3 minutes and then I know that
This
it's
is,
just over half.
Yeah, I time myself to 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
But I mean, in Scandinavian, 5 minutes are not German.
No, absolutely, that's also true.
Those are the kind of the real, that's the real one.
Yes.
Wow. You think we're not Germany,
I have a colleague who is from Germany, he's always, and it's, I mean, it's not even a joke, he's always so, timely, everything is kind of timed, and he is always kind of, I mean, it's a pleasure collaborating with him.
Yeah.
He's always, everything is so orderly. So that's
Wow. Wow. I think Israelis are more like me. I think
Yeah,
in a way.
it's like a joke, it's a joke. But sometimes, it could.
Oh, yeah.
My dad lived during the 90s in Spain for a year. And so then he got invited to this party, and he went there on time. He knocked at the door, and the hostess opened. She was like in a towel, hanging in the shower. Yeah. She's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "But it's."
How rude.
Yeah. Rude.
It's the same actually in Israel.
Yeah.
If I find people around me 5, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
That's very rude.
Yeah.
At any time.
I was like the difference in the expectations.
So we haven't totaled of an hour, so at least we have to.
Actually, each one of us 5 minutes with the switching on.
Yeah.
We still have some time for questions.
Even if each of us is 1 minute over, we have 30 minutes. At least
Yeah,
in theory.
exactly.
Famous last words.
Yes. We should, I guess we should go shame the people in the hallway to come in to sit down.
It's 3 more minutes.
Sure. I think it's a tough hour now. It's like after this break and the end of the day, we might have this audience. We are more than the audience.
But we have the panel on Wednesday at 9 in the morning.
This
after
is
the
also-
dinner. So I'm also afraid
Yeah, no,
very-
that's a tough slot.
Yeah.
It's like
Early in the morning after the conference dinner.
I think that's always the one for the PG students, the young scholars, they get kind of graveyard shift.
Yeah, but they still have the energy to be up in the morning. So
Or maybe
Yeah,
they
one of
think,
the program chairs in the
PG students, they've already been up, all night partying, so they haven't gone to bed yet, but they're ready.
it's like the end of the party, the after party.
I don't know why Stefano did this. He's one of the program chairs, and he's on our panel, and he scheduled it there.
Yeah.
Oh well, maybe he's a morning person.
He must know.
Oh, so by the way, Christine and Lena, we talked about after the best paper award thing, if you guys want to go out and have a drink and discuss a bit, sort of, because we wanted to try and do a publication or something like that. So, if you guys want to, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
I think we can do something nice.
It's around, oh, if we take this, the metro, yes. Around here is kind of, it doesn't have anything so usually. But
yeah, but it can be, it doesn't have to be nice.
Yeah.
It can be adequate.
Yes, adequate if you have something adequate, yes.
I'm just gonna arrange.
I think so, yeah. But I'm looking at the other people, I think. It's not very far. There's no soundboard up there, right? No. No? Doesn't seem like there's something.
There's 10 actually.
Yeah, there's 10. They just don't know what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, I didn't give it one minute. Yeah, do it.
There you go. I was also thinking that this is kind of also the kind of best slot just before reception, so everybody's kind of getting to have drinks and stuff. So kind of, yes, this is the last.
Yeah, but now there's twice as many in the audience as in the panel. Now we're good. Now we're good. It's a class half full, you know?
I mean, it's an academic panel, so there will be. The last time I was at one of those public events, so we were talking about games and how games can promote different content, things like that. So the game developers, museum curators, we have, it was basically just as many people who were as in the panel before.
Yeah, that's.
But I mean, that's how it is, you know. People aren't really that interested in games. You know, the public isn't really that interested in games. And it's a really rational. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Okay, we should sit down.
welcome to the last session of the day. We were just speculating if people will be tired or very excited for the reception and drinks, and of course for the fantastic panel we have here on the role of cultural heritage in a decentralized gaming industry of the future. So it's my pleasure to welcome Berit Noeli, Christine Jorgensen, Dina Eklund, Lena Kussmann, and Dina Oinyopi. And I'm happy to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Faraz. I will just start by explaining the framework or the challenge that all of us were facing, and after this we'll start with the presentations. So, despite the rise in tools for programming and online stores that provide more opportunities for independent developers, the games rarely engage with local heritage. Instead, gaming companies cater for unified global teams in pursuit of a wider audience. This inclination reflects the commercial as well as the independent gaming sector. And it has recently been suggested that the 30 years era of globalization is on its deathbed, and that we are entering a new world order characterized by decentralization, fragmentation, distinct opposing views, and values, and different ways of doing things. So this panel aims to explore the role of cultural heritage in gaming in that alternative setting, and to simulate the practical challenges, risks, and opportunities entangled in a shift toward a decentralized gaming industry. So, in order to do this, we adopt a speculative future design approach. As we visualize the new and potential world, we move beyond what currently exists into what could one day So in this panel, we would like to begin by envisioning gaming 10 years from now. If globalization continues to develop in the same direction, gaming will have no geographical or national boundaries. People can work on games from everywhere and play games anywhere. Kids who grow up in this world can play with anyone online as long as they all speak English. It will be a world where big companies will control education, social interaction, and the creative industries. What would this world look like? How do we envision our friendship, culture, professional life, and finance, and so forth in such a world? Given such an utopian or dystopian scenario as a view, we asked our panel members to imagine what are the possibilities of using cultural heritage in future games. How can we draw the attention of developers from different parts of the world towards the voice and heritage? Can we think of particular things in local settings having intangible heritage like oral traditions, customs, value systems, skills, traditional dances, diets, performances, and so forth? And maybe instead we can say that all this heritage talk is basically another form of globalization. So we will try to discuss also this. So without further ado, we will hear from her.
Changing seats. Okay, so wow. Hi everyone, I'm Karen Noeli, and I come from Israel. And speaking about speculative design, I would say just a few words about the gaming industry in Israel, because we promised we're going to each have about 5 minutes talk in this panel and then open up questions. So I'm the head of the only game design program in Israel. The only one actually accredits an academic degree. So you can say that I work in an Israeli games industry, but actually my background is from England. This is where I've done my master's and my PhD in game design. And I've lived in Paris. This is when I've done my first degree, also another degree in Tel Aviv. And I've lived in Silicon Valley for a while when I was working. I would say it's only PlayStation, but just a tiny bit, it's going to get some credit for it. So I'm working in games for nearly 20 years by now. So you can say that I'm an Israeli game designer in a way, I'm a game researcher, but not really, because I've lived all around the world and work all around the world, like probably most of you here, all academics, we move around countries and ideally we have no borders. So in a way you can say, am I a citizen of the world? Is my colleague here and I a citizen of the world? He works with me at Shanghai College, but he got his degrees in Italy and Tel Aviv and he lives in Greece, and probably each one of you too. So it kept me thinking about, is this, thanks to globalization, that we can actually say that we can work in an industry that has no geography, as Bernard said, and we can probably be where we want to and work with anyone who wants to. So what are the benefits and what are the disadvantages, especially when I come to think about the Israeli games industry, which I'm very much concerned about because we are educating the next generation of game designers in Israel. So globalization, I won't go into too much detail. You all know that, my classes for this, it can be defined as the increased interconnectedness and interdependence of people and countries. It is generally understood to include two interrelated elements, the opening of international borders, to increasingly fast flows of goods, services, finance, people, and ideas, which is probably a very good thing in a way. This is the World Health Organization in a way. But the downside, of course, we all know about that. Globalization is associated with exceeded consumerism over values, and I can talk about this for 60 minutes, not just 5 minutes, about all the downsides of globalization in a way. So what does it mean for the games industry? The games industry, do that, I mean, it's not going. Okay. So we were thinking about this. I mean, we all want to work in a global industry, but the problem is, and I can say this from an educator perspective, is that every time when we make games in Israel, usually our students make games about either fantasy genres or cute animals or anything that has nothing to do with their own life in a way. And we would like to promote, starting here, and probably more familiar with the idea of regional game studies, but to promoting this idea of a cosmopolitan perspective to gaming. And if you think about a cosmopolitan person, which I wish I would like to think of myself as a cosmopolitan person, and probably all of you fall into this category, is a person who is free from local, provincial, or national bias or attachment, is what we call a citizen of the world, cosmopolite. And I don't know how much time I have, probably nothing, right? Like 1 minute? Okay. So if I have more time, I'll show you some of the works that we do in our departments that we push very hard to get what we call the Israelism, which I know might not sound very good to most of you thinking about Israeli politics, but there's so much other than that. We actually like to call it Tel Aviv in a way, because Tel Aviv is like a different nation as well. And when we ask our students to think about what makes them unique as game designers,
Yes, people.
okay. Yeah. Yes. So suddenly we see a much more interesting projects coming up because they become more personal. And this is something that we are very busy with. It's not just about Israel again, of course, but what makes a game unique because it was produced in Greece, or it was produced in Italy, or Finland, or Copenhagen, And what we've seen, which probably all know about, is when you start to look at your country, you actually start to look at yourself in a different way. And the idea is that you see this a lot with business today. People are talking about business with impact. The idea that goes behind this is that there's no real innovation without values in a way. And there are so many projects that I can show you about this, but I actually wanted to show you a project about the fashion industry, because the college we work in, Sherpa College, is very much well known for its fashion department as well. It's one of the best in the world. And we had a course with the fashion designers. And in this course, actually we're working game designers with fashion design students. It's quite an experience in a way. But their brief was to do something that has to do with Tel Aviv, because their initial desire was to do something that has to do with Milan, Paris, New York, I would say, no, we want this game to open up in Tel Aviv. And they picked up a very iconic venue. Just so you the trailer for the name. It's all about fashion. I can show you that the fashion there is top of the art. But it's not working? No, it's not. Why is that? Yeah.
No, it's a little second.
You have to move the window to the, that's not your role.
Okay. You don't hear the sound. Oh, you do it. Well, it's very short anyway. It has a story about you don't hear the sound. No, never mind. No sound. There's a lot of work about the concept of the clothes. They're very purposeful and all the sustainability and all this. I'm not going to talk about this too, it will take more than an hour. But what's more interesting about this, which I wanted to see in the clips, is that when we started to think about what makes this game Israel in a way, they got into the idea of positive design. We had to do with the idea of different bodies and different images to see in games in general, because you know how most of the games are very sexualized in a way, not just women, but also for men as well. So when we started to do the research, what we will see, the models look different, and there are not the skinny ones that usually do this. I will just tell you that this game got really excellent awards for fashion designers, so we're very proud of it. But it made them think in a different way because it had to do with their country in a way. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So just a quick slide of the visual research that we did, and come up with this model because we were thinking about what does it mean to be a new body image in the metaverse in this case. And we know that game designers, when they think about new identity, they always think about, Second Life, having ears and different skin tones and fantasy stuff. But working with fashion designers as well, they were thinking about new gender transformation in a way, which was a really interesting research that we've done there, I think. But it made me think, of course, why difference continues to be so threatening. And this is something that I think that games can actually play an important role in creating what we call world citizenship, where we embrace ideas of cosmopolitanism, the idea of empathy and avoidance of materialism that is usually also embraced, so all that rejects problematic implication of globalization. So this panel is kind of like a kickstart to think about ideas that we're thinking about. Israel, there, of course, what means again, Israel and the discussion to go to each country, and we were thinking about this is actually a picture of pronounced lovely video game. And we said, what happens if it's Hebrew speaking and not English speaking? If we apply cultural heritage imperatives, if we apply cosmopolitan norms such as empathy and morality. And the biggest question, of course, is maybe the cosmopolitan approach is going to succeed worldwide, because usually when you work in the peripheries, you think, okay, I'm an Israeli game developer, I will develop something that Americans will like, or Asia, it will be very popular. But then instead of thinking like Witcher, you go to your own cultural heritage and think that you can actually stand out globally by using local things. So I will stop with this question and I will move.
We'll keep the questions for the end. So I will be the next one, and I'm going to tell you a story. It's not about Israel, actually. It's about Greece, since we are here. So I'm going to pitch you a fictive game. This game does not exist, but I hope it will exist. And it's called Captain Manolis, and it's, as I see it, it's a Greek response to time management games. So I'm a game designer, one of the celebrated games back in the 90s in Israel, and the foundation of the industry, still create games. And I also am a historian, so I teach, I study, research, and write a lot about history. And actually what people doesn't know about me is that I do both. And most of my recreation time goes to sail. And in one of my sailing, it's a true story, I arrived to a small port in the Dardanelles and the Dardanelles Islands. And now the wind was quite strong, and this is summer, so there's a heavy wind, it's blowing non-stop. The boat is packed with boats, people shouting, animals crossing. You're trying to find yourself a place, but you have one chance to make it right, because if you mess it up, you're just falling on the other boat. So it's a pretty tense moment. And then somebody on the quay, actually, he shouts at you, and he whistles, and he stiffless, and he smokes all the time. He looks great, and he says, with a hand like that. So, okay, so you probably know something, so just approach. And so you join a boat, and he fastened your boat with one hand because he smokes with the other, and that's it. The crisis is over, and your boat is moved, and somehow you just understand that you owe him €5 for saving your boat. And so you give him €5 and you're wondering, maybe you'll become just one of these tourist suckers that everybody that wants some money out of them, just give them the money. But then you see actually that another boat approached and he doing the same thing and he received €5 and you learn the system. And it's a great system. And so during the summertime, it's a true story. A fisherman named Manolis learned that he. He doesn't remember that, but a fisherman named Manolis learned that he could charge money from passing boats by helping them to tie to donkey. He even put a sign saying just more than €5. So, and then you can think, okay, like a game designer, we are all into this business. This is a great time management game right here. You play a hotshot fisherman who runs a busy port in high season and save yachts from crushing. So you have to calculate there's a game physics here. You have to calculate the winds, the big wave, drop the anchor in the right place, take the rope. It's a fun physics to play with. And and then you can think about, it's a short season after all. So squeeze in maximum boats, charge them double, build new docks, buy a faster scooter, and learn to be more efficient, maybe by quit smoking and using also your second hand. And you can all envision how this goes by the medical conventions of time games. But Captain Manolis is unlike Diamond Dash and Cookie Mama or thousands of other games of the same genre, where your goal is to increase your capital and value, because Manolis is not the official harbor master. It's just a fisherman with a radar. And his fellow fishermen would get annoyed if he grows bigger and run to the police. So he started a relationship with fellow fishermen and the police, compels him to maintain a delicate balance between doing enough, but not too much. And so our Manolis decided he will volunteer to help the big ferries dock without charge, just to justify what he does with the other boats. So he has no interest in building a new marina because he will lose his job. Instead, he will try to sell you the marmalade that his wife made to make extra money. And he will bring sardines in between and barter them with the tavern next door in return for a coffee. And better to avoid some people that cross the street and drink your beer always at the same place. After all, it's a small island. Careful not to step on somebody else's feet. And then you have a different type of game partners, just that. This makes Captain Manolis a unique strategy and time management game. And it's just as fun and challenging as any other, and maybe much more. This is the potential of using cultural heritage in games. And why do we treat games differently from other art forms in this respect? Nikos Kazantzakis and Nicholas Gage, giants of modern Greek literature, best-selling books translated into thousands of languages, awarded prizes, and so forth. Their books in cinematic adaptation capture the spirit of the people of Greece while resonating with something everyone could relate to. So the human condition manifests in a conflict between humanity and unmorality, lust as opposed to loyalty, faith and dignity, an introvert meets an extrovert, and so forth. Gage wrote about his family, essentially an autobiography. Kazantzakis was inspired by traveling throughout Greece and meeting with peasants. He even wrote in the vernacular of the everyday person and used local metaphors and phrases he had to give his narrative a level of authenticity. Both lived, traveled, and studied, and worked worldwide. But assimilation to global storylines and aesthetics in their art was not a primary concern. This is not the primary concern of many other Greek artists that have been lauded worldwide. So why should it be a significant factor in the future of game making? So, in a decentralized gaming industry scenario, future games will not adhere to game convention and sweeping generalization in aesthetics and storyline. I argue that the key to success is capturing the spirit of a place you know best, while resonating with something everyone could
So that's, yeah, it's automatically changed, so I can do it from here. Just change this. So I can see. Hopefully. Yes, so we already done this. Yeah.
So, hi, Nalina Nyopi, and using as a starting point my postdoctoral research on game production and interviews I gathered from game developers and creators, my presentation is about the cultural industries, and how we can reshape our own collective narrative through games specifically. So Hollywood quickly adopted the Greek mythology and its institution to provide us with some of the greatest cinematographic gems of all time, like the series of libraries. Mythical beasts, the professor of semi-god heroes, and now the spouse generates amongst us with the Greek experience. You can see, of course, tools that are used Christian setting and directly projecting Greek culture, but in most of this, why is it going so fast? Really fast, right? It's impossible to keep up. Okay. Yeah, so this kind of feels like this now. Are giving us, of course, specific aspects of Greek culture, like the sun, like a seal, like the resonance. Games of it now have all that part, and of course, right now, they need to reach narrative. Yes, it works, to inhabit. Can go to the next one. Yes, thank you. And it's always a good match. And the hurdles that these games have confuse this choice, for example. God of War, for example, sold 2 million copies, and the revenue generated about $500 million. But what if I told you that in Greece almost nobody cares about mythology, and game developers actively refuse to work on these kind of themes? Specifically for the last few years, we have only one title with mythological theme, and you can see in the upper right corner called Go Heroes about Prometheus. And the reason is because, according to them, mythology and its history is a worn-out trope, a cliché, and they feel they are strong connotation with nationalism. So they don't want to find themselves, the Greek game developers don't want to find themselves arguing and supporting the design choices in the future, development choices. But thinking of Greek culture only through this kind of these lenses can be like extremely narrow views, overlooks the fact that modern Greece is another story that needs to be told. It's about how designing a game that is not based on modern history, modern civil scenario, promoting a different aspect of Greek culture. So we all know the Last of Us series. What I don't know if everybody knows is that the environmental design of The Last of Us was based on post-apocalyptic view of Seattle. So this is what we see now. Okay. It's focused on human. It's a under development game project from a Greek studio that works specifically on the same idea, developing an action survival video game, open world game, in which they used Athena, the dystopian Athenian as their setting. We can see the Catholic spread. So, this is the idea, and what I would like to see is to build on the specific idea and see how we can use game mechanics and narrative in order to create another game that actually promotes the vision of Greece right now, the modern Greece. So, creating, for example, it looks like before. So, if we to use game mechanics, of course, and use a cultural path, it's kind of difficult, of course. For example, I was thinking you can use the Greek siesta as a mechanic to help the health system. For example, you can see here the old man who is boosting his health and energy bar, which CS of Greece is really important, and especially the Greek islands is really sacred. But using narrative in a micro and micro level, it's far easier, far more easy to accept and understand. And if you combine it with narrative mechanics, like missions, the sort of questions, then you have a unique game experience. So this, for example, as you can see in the next slide, thank you, underground nuclear bomb shelters in Athens was built during the dictatorship in 1936 and was used during World War II by Nazis as torture chambers. These centers make up an entire underground system, which, as you can imagine, can easily be used as a quick escape in action survival games. And at the same time, as the players navigate themselves and themselves to these dungeons, trying to find a way up to the surface, they will encounter a trace of an Athenian past, like this wall in which World War II prisoners left their marks, asking for water and food, painting their own captivity for others to see. For the next example that we will see in the next slide, we can see the park of Solos in Palifa, the highest mountain of the Peninsula of Attica, a park of sculptures made from dead tree trunks. As you can see, it's really hard to stand there and not to be affected. This park is an attribute to the sanitarium built in 1912, in which the national poet Tigranes Ritsos was hospitalized. Now it stands abandoned with stories and devils. So among them is a well-known story about a young girl with tuberculosis who walked from the sanitarium towards the source of Kira, which is a water source, but died shortly before drinking some water. People believe that when the sun sets, the girl with the white dress and the blue ribbon, with tears in her eyes, approaches the hiker. This is an actually AI-generated picture from the ring. Isn't that a great, I suppose this is a great intermission, an interesting way to learn about those stories. So the first step is to read marginal culture, to build a collective consciousness around different references and practices from those of the distant archaeological past. To adopt a social representation to collect itself that is more appropriate to today's era. And as Morpheus might say, to cheat and to the collective narrative that responds to current reality, can be supported and enhanced through games, and think about how to design them in a way that will not be perceived as nationalistic content, but as cultural content. This is how Berlin understands 3D rendered Greek characters, and you can change that through games, because games are an excellent medium. It's just like the Greek weird way in things, find a way to explore political and cultural issues in uncertain ways. Thank you.
I'm going to try to time myself. That will take a long time as well. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to today take another, a different angle than I did earlier today. And I'm going to take another hat on, which is the person that, the one and only person that studies the Norwegian game industry. So I'm going to ask what is Norwegianness of the Norwegian video games and what they will look like in the future. So the goal of this presentation is to basically present the characteristics of the Norwegian game industry. And then I'm going to point out its role in preserving, the game industry's role in preserving Norwegian cultural heritage. So the status quo for the Norwegian game industry is, I mean, the foundation is that it's a very modern, it's a very new and immature industry, and its foundation was basically based on the penetration of smartphones and digital distribution. So it's basically been around only for 10 to 15 years. In many ways, the kind of games that are being developed and the companies themselves resemble what has been internationally known as the indie scene. You have companies that consist of a few people. The games they create are kind of based on quite simple mechanics. Very often they are 2D based. They have relatively simple graphics, and the companies themselves might not make a lot of money, and they are not generally owned or supported by a big publisher. We also see, as of now, that it has gained some political recognition nationally, but so far that has not really led to a lot of infrastructure. For example, there are very few educational institutions that have game development or game design programs. And research, well, there are a couple of researchers in Norway, but we are kind of distributed widely around the whole country, and we don't really have a research group that can kind of do anything substantial. Also, what we see is that the companies in Norway, what they have as a challenge is that they don't have a lot of experience. These are people coming out of school. They don't have experience running big companies or small companies before, so they don't have that experience. And also business and management is very much lacking. Competence in business and management. In terms of economy, we see in Norway that there's a struggle between culture and trade. A lot of people see this, at least the politicians see this primarily as a cultural endeavor. And cultural endeavors can have both national and EU support. But once you look at it as a trade, that is basically something in the Norwegian system that is supposed to kind of be able to cope on its own. So there is kind of a conflict there. The companies also see that conflict. Some are very eager to stand up and find the sense to be, we're doing, this is business, we are a trade, we're going to earn a lot of money on that, while others say that, okay, we are actually creating important cultural products. What we also see in Norway is a few private investors, which kind of isn't able to feed the industry with money. But what you do have is a cultural support scheme. The cultural support scheme isn't really big, and that's also part of this kind of culture versus trade conflict. But what we see from the cultural support scheme is based from a traditional film fund scheme. And what is central to that film fund scheme, and what makes a project fundable are basically how they do on what they call the cultural test. We have a cultural test in Norway that kind of releases funding for different kinds of projects. And it needs to, a project that gains funding, they need to be able to cross 3 out of these 4 boxes. And the 4 boxes are that the manuscript or written material is originally in Norwegian or Sami, that the main theme is related to Norwegian history, culture, and society, that the action story takes part in Norway or another EEC country, and that the work includes substantial contribution from authors and performing artists living in Norway or another EEC country. So this is basically the kind of rules that you have to follow if you are going to have these kind of funds that comes out of the Norwegian government. And for very many, this is kind of, in the beginning, this was seen as a kind of straitjacket. This is not really, people didn't really want to kind of follow this, but because they felt that this is kind of the government is coming here from, and puts this on top of us, even though we're the only ones to be creative. But as of now, it's actually been changing a bit, because a lot of companies see this now as kind of an enabler, as a kind of a stamp of quality. Because if you have been able to secure funding from the Norwegian government, that means that at least the Norwegian government believes in this, and then you can actually go out and try to seek funding elsewhere. So, characteristic of Norwegian games now, based on this, is that they kind of see this more as a kind of, okay, this is something that restricts our creativity, but we can be creative within these boundaries. So we see that the game industry today is quite creative, have a lot of ideas, but also quite explorative in the ways they attack them. But they attack the kind of challenges of game design. And in many ways, you also see that there kind of arisen a tendency of some auteurs coming out of it. There are some game designers who really want to see themselves as artists and create games that they feel express themselves. So one example of this is this game, Bracelet, which is basically a game by, this Portisar he's creating a lot of these kind of quirky small games that are depicting social realities of Norway, but often in a fantastic frame. And as you see this, at least here you have some Norwegian-ish landscape, etc., and a fishing boat and things like that. Another game is My Child Levensbrunn, which is basically a simulator where you kind of be taking care of this child. This child is this is kind of a game that takes up difficult topics from the past, and this is basically a child from the war. This is a kid that was the result of a relationship between a German soldier and a Norwegian woman, and they were, of course, adopted to different families, but the rumors were still there. You were, as this kid says, a Nazi kid, right? So this kind of also, it takes a hold of our kind of difficult past and tries to deal with that. Another game that takes a serious topic in a playful context is Among the Sleep, which basically is a game about childhood trauma and alcoholism, where it's a first-person perspective game, where you were a horror game, where you have this child that kind of experience this horrible experience at home. They can't really put the finger on what it is, but we learn and we know as adult players that this is because he has an alcoholic mother. So it's another example of serious topics in a playful context. So this is basically the way the Norwegian game industry looks today. They have, there are some, I mean, there are no Vikings, but there are other ways of kind of where artists try to express themselves, and where they also definitely kind of dig into these this kind of cultural test and try to make something that seems to be Norwegian and in different ways. So if we're going to look at what will the Norwegian game industry look like 10 years down the road, I think there are some answers to that. And one thing was that Bernard introduced by talking about globalization as kind of, that might not be it in the future. But for the Norwegian game industry, I think the globalization is absolutely must. Norway is a very small country. We don't really have a lot of companies, and these companies won't be able to cope unless they can go out on the global market and sell video games. So what they need to do is basically to make the national cultural heritage interesting for a global audience. And this is kind of similar to what you were talking about in Greece. So basically what they're looking for is kind of to look at authenticity and also something exotic. So to do that, I think that there needs to be some better culture trade synergies in the Norwegian game development scene. And I think that I can kind of see the signs of that coming. Of course, it also needs to mature even more as industry and cultural form. And not at least, we need to have a good infrastructure that secures that these people doing developing video games can have a support for that. So, thank you very much.
So, last. At a time, yeah. A lot of electrical cords. So, I'm going to talk to Sweden, and I'm going to talk to you about Swedishness in games. So the contemporary Swedish game industry is a fully global venture. So for quite a small country, we have around 10 million inhabitants. We have a very large and stable industry. And a widespread and early investment in digital literacy for everyone, amongst other things led by the Workers' Union in the early 90s, together with a lot of early game design education programs, has really laid this foundation in Sweden for a successful game industry. So there are lots of companies, big, small, both creating their own and licensed games from multinational companies. So the Swedish game companies, though, they're quite often owned. As soon as they get successful, of course, they're bought up by, foreign media conglomerates such as DICE, who makes the Battlefield game series. And I mean, the relatively small domestic market, the same as in Norway, right? Coupled with the strong industry and the high consumption of other foreign media, means that the Swedish game companies do not make games for the Swedish market, but for the global. And as such, it's quite often hard or impossible to distinguish a game made in Sweden from a game made elsewhere. And it should be clear here that I talk about digital games. Of course, if you go to something like Nordic Art, that's a very different story. So while a few early games made in Sweden and were made with the Swedish language and used Swedish themes, most digital games made today are really scrubbed clean of any sort of Swedish peculiarities. The global universal is the goal. And still, sometimes the Swedish norms and values do sort of sneak into productions, such as the Might and the Light game series Shelter, where sort of the art and the nature themes speak of this Swedish sensibility. Although we never really see the Swedish as a language represented. So then, what would a local non-global game look like from Sweden? Sort of what aesthetics or stories could be represented in a game made in Sweden? What new audiences could be reached, and could they sign up turn with a speculative design case? So, in the near future, where local games are a reality and not a possibility, Inseglet is a representative of a new Swedish genre of video game that are disc-based spel, or kitchen counter games. Inseglet deals with a strange family during the, at the time of this game's release, past COVID-19 pandemic. The game starts in the kitchen of a flat as family members listen to news about the pandemic outbreak. And through the game, players control various members of the family as they interact and attempt to keep together as a family through periods of social isolation, homework, and the reality we've come to know during the pandemic. And the game asks existential questions, sort of debating taking vaccines for the sake of the great good or refusing based on personal value. And game objectives focus around environment negotiation, puzzle element, where you have to keep characters alive and healthy while avoiding becoming sick, and navigating a public environment with both hidden and open dangers, and remembering and trying to find clues to ever-changing public policies. And at the same time, players need to keep the family together through extensive dialogue options, with unique and multiple consequences that allow for many potential gameplay experiences. And the more family members that survive in good health, both mental and physical, easier it is to manage the final game challenge as the world slowly transforms from this everyday environment to a fantasy landscape where the family members are playing a giant game of chess, in which they have to collaborate against this unknowable opponent, representing separation, violence, isolation, and the global world, where a pandemic can get to be created as people move around. And the game is set in, the specific conditions of Sweden during the pandemic, sort of being part of a memorialization of this shared experience we all had. And this genre of reimagining, kitchen realism comes, of course, from Swedish cinema, which this is one of the main categories and sort of a hallmark of the way that Swedish cinema is done. And the genre very seldom explored in digital games today. The name Inseglet comes from Ingmar Bergman's film, The Seventh Seal, which plays out in Sweden during the bubonic plague in the Middle Ages, and where the main character, iconically plays chess with death in order to win his own life. And the film is still a classic today. And while Inseglet, this game might be imaginary, it's through thinking with examples like this that we can ask, okay, so what does a global gaming industry mean for the possibility of video games to tell localized stories and represent local experiences to a wide audience? And we can also question sort of what tailoring to mass audiences force us to cut out of games when the content of, selling to a global market has to be this one-size-fits-all. And by asking what made Swedish cinema what it is now, and thinking about, okay, so why are games so very different? I want to really challenge what we think about the Swedish games. So while, of course, cinema developed, pre-cultural globalism as we know it in the shape it has today, cinema has its own identity, its own characteristics. And films are, in Sweden, covered by art grants, as apparently they are in Norway, they are not in Sweden. So games rely solely on sales to survive. And while digital games sort of have to straddle this technologies of art, cinema goes squarely in the art category. But games are storytelling medium. We have gameplay, we have narrative, we have all of these building blocks that makes them, portray interesting experiences. So the potential to use local stories and histories is there, to imagine and explore these new ways of being humans, part of and embedded in the natural world, sort of moving away from this norm of sort of violence in games to sort of how practically Christine's keynote earlier today. And Inseglet is this thought experiment, right? Trying to think about what could happen when games and localness meet, and when we try to imagine beyond a global marketplace and its one-size-fits-all imperative, which excludes much more than it includes. Thank you. Shall we
Yeah, switch seats, I think.
So thank you very much for this interesting overview. And we still have 10 minutes for questions. And think about your questions.
Average. So it was very fascinating to hear each person's take on how they might design a game in the future that represents their culture. Do you feel like when we get to this, maybe in this future where cultural heritage is better exposed to the game produced by that country, that how do you imagine people making comparisons between the culture depending on the quality of the resulting game and the way that the culture is expressed? Like, do you feel like there would be a problem with oh, I love this game from this country, but I don't like this game from that country. Do you see any issues with that?
Who's gonna?
I will start maybe.
Can you quickly summarize the question so people online know what it was?
Right. Basically, you ask if people will kind of measure the differences between creation tools, maybe one country and the other, based on the cultural heritage, based on the storyline, and so forth. It's all coming back to this idea: what is game? What are games? Games are a technology, or games are another medium to tell a story. Basically, they are both. Okay, but if you look at any other medium, if there is standards of making a creation, whether it's a movie, or a thriller, whether it's an action movie, it can be music. There is some quality technicalities that you have to stand and to present. But after you manage this, it's all coming back to the storyline. So there will be definitely people that would like the creation of this game developer or the other, and maybe some games will break through in Spain, Germany, and Ukraine for that matter, and not in the other places for different countries. So this is my view.
Okay, I'll answer this. I think it's a very interesting question, and I keep thinking about it because I think it kind of like add on to the fears that people have about being associated to a different country, to a very specific country. It's all about, I don't want people to say, I don't like this Israeli video game or I don't like this Norwegian video game. And then you could think, why not? I mean, what's wrong with, with a level of country on your game? If you feel that it should be okay, So it's a very, I keep thinking about it too. I think it's an interesting concern, and I think because you asked this question, I think the answer is no, you shouldn't worry about that.
Okay, thank you for that really, really interesting question. I don't really have a good answer to you, but I just want to kind of share an observation in Norway where we have this idea that, sometimes you say, oh, that's a good game for a Norwegian game. But we kind of already say that Norwegian games are immature, they are kind of playing in a different league than, international games or that would be American games very often. I mean, yeah, we see that, and we of course want to come to a point where we don't have to feel that Norwegian games are second class.
Well, I'm just going to answer no to that, because that's what you think what the answer is, right? I mean, doesn't matter the regionality, there are so many interesting stories to tell if you can draw on different types of experience that people have lived, basically. I mean, not everything will fit everyone, but that's the point, right? That there should be more to choose.
One first thing was like, okay, if you like a game or not, if you enjoy a game or not, has to do with a lot of things, like skills, for example. Might produce, for example, a really nice game, really with cultural content, but you cannot play it, right? Like, for example, I'm really bad in survival games, I cannot play survival games. And at the same time, it's the genre of the game plays an important part. So I would start from the creator. So if the game has cultural value of it is better or worse than others in another country, has to do with how the creator managed to express himself through the game as a medium, as a medium. So I think at this point where global interest is right now, there of course all the regional studies or the game production studies or whatever, we need to go back to the creators, see what they actually think they are producing, because it's different what we actually produce and what we think we produce. And then give the tools to the creators to create, to promote, to inject their national or the cultural identity to the products. And then let's see what will happen.
Here, I think I agree with the diversity and impact is all great. I was just imagining trying to create a game for my country and feeling the pressure of that. But that's why I was thinking, oh, how they go about that. I agree with you that there's just going to be a concrete diversity of different styles.
Yeah. I want to say one more thing, that I think the idea of regional game studies also goes along with the idea of inclusive game and inclusivity and, thinking about not just about regions, also about gender, you say, okay, this is a game made by a woman, or this is a girl game, or this is a gay game, it's about diversity, which is a good thing overall.
Okay, I have another question. Should we move on to some other topic, or do we continue that?
No,
Okay.
We only have 5 minutes.
Public funding, so that's an interesting thing. So in Canada, there's also public funding for film, so it's an art. But it's been almost 10 years now that this funding has a bucket, right, an allocation for games as well. So did we see more local content game and more looking inwards in Canadian or Quebecois experience? Not much, not really, nothing. So what does it take? What will it take? It's the internalization that a game has to look good for the American audience is so strong, and people would prefer to have an international looking game that will not find an audience because it's competing against a million other games that look the same, rather than have a local looking game that will actually find an audience of maybe less than millions, but that at least will pay attention. So my general question is, what will it take? Even money is not enough. Maybe criteria, I like the checklist, but it doesn't go for games at least.
I can say maybe, if you look at the film industry, I think some academic, some recognitions, like awards, prizes, festivals, if you think about the Academy Award, Oscar and stuff, and then they gave it to different culture, different language, for example, we can get different languages in games. So maybe this thing, I don't know. I mean, I think money always works, but maybe something else. Yeah.
I would just add something about organization and even culturalization, as you tackled this thing before. I think there's a notion nowadays that you have to kind of flatten content, which is created somewhere, in order to adapt it to other cultures. And in a way, it's true, and it's a long history. It's a long history with a lot of practice of doing that. But it goes back to the education of the player. If players will be more ready in a way to accept content which has its spikes and edges, and not everything will be understood, that some things will come with local contents, and maybe you will have to do that later on, or maybe you won't. It will make things more interesting. And I think it's very much like my reference is always with books, but if you go even to music and to other things, you can find how artists made a name for themselves, maybe not globally, but at least in a few countries or in a few scenes, with coming from something that they did, which is very local based and even very specific to this.
No, I think that's a very interesting question. I think that maybe it's time that maybe the game industry starts thinking more targeted about target groups than everyone or all males in the world or something like that. Because I mean that story that I told you about the Norwegian game industry, they're always going to reiterate this idea that we need to go out in the global market. And yes, that is probably true, but I don't think that necessarily means we should reach everyone on the global market. And just after the keynote before, I was talking to another conference attendee about about my talk, but also an example that came up was kind of The Last of Us Part 2, which is kind of a game that maybe does that. It kind of tries to look at its target group in a different way than than everybody. And it has been able to be a AAA game that is kind of globally marketed and played widely, but it's not for everyone. It's not necessarily for those who just want to shoot everything that moves and where you are a man of 35 with a lot of muscles. I mean, so that might be one solution. Okay, and I think that game is probably an example of showing that you can actually, you don't have to target everyone. You can actually also offend someone and still be an international success.
Yeah, and I think besides money as well, what's needed is cultural recognition of sort of games as a proper medium for expression of experiences as art, if you want to use that term, right? And sort of for games to, the gaming industry as well to perhaps mature into that knowledge that they can be that as well. That's a possibility, right? And then some people will be offended and vocal about that, but maybe that's a necessary step.
I totally agree with everyone here. And my experience, especially the developers, are more targeted to niche markets and how, because they have to understand that to compete with the big fishes in this global industry is somehow stupid. So they go for the niche market. If there's a niche market means that I have either specific game mechanics that I want that characterize my games or specific element. And as far as local content and globalization, I'd like to add that local content is not only narrative and game mechanics, but can also be aesthetics. For example, there are specific territories like in Norwegian countries and Swedish countries that have this kind of dark mode and these sharp shades that gives this kind of Norse gaming culture. Or, for example, the Indian scene is very, very characteristic at this point, specific color pattern that we use. So you can promote your cultural identity with several other ways, and at the same time support this globalization and localization in a more, I could say, translocal way.
Okay, let's make it quick question, quick answers, please.
I think Thomas is great. I'm gonna try. So thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, I don't know if just a question, but more reflection, if there are any research that tackle the perspective of players who play games that are developed like following this perspective, maybe. So the cultural heritage, because I was wondering, on the one side, maybe like a player wants to play, maybe to escape the reality. So I want to explore new worlds, I want to escape my own reality, and so maybe I have different needs. And so when I want to play this particular game and to fulfill which needs. And the other was like, so what is the experience? Do I enjoy this game? Do I feel represented by the design? Because maybe I was wondering for like pillars, region, the region culture. So who decide what are the pillars of a certain culture? So maybe someone decided that these are the pillars, so these represent the culture of your country, but I don't feel represented because to me, maybe I can detach from my culture, or to me, like being this part of this culture or this country is something else. So to decide, and so I was wondering if there are any research, maybe it was unpicked, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, go that direction again.
Yeah.
Italy is relatively culturally aware place.
Yeah.
So actually it started in 2015, so the regional game studies kind of emerged, and some books, and Italy already published, they asked what is that game? What is the content, in terms of content, in terms of the market, and so forth. I'm not sure about the player perspective though. But there's quite a lot of material regarding internet. And it's, it's a place who asking the right question, because there the game is kind of oriented to culture and to outside. In Israel, it's oriented to high tech and VC funding and so forth. So it's completely different settings, and this was very interesting to see here expand on.
Yeah, I just have to, it was something you mentioned at the start of your question. Sorry, I started thinking about the answer. Could you repeat it?
Yes, please, maybe about so the fact that we have different needs, and so maybe applying for escaping.
Yes. What I was thinking about, you were talking about the whether there's been player studies and
yes.
And in the Norwegian context, no. And that is basically something that I really would like to do, and we have so many projects going on and funding projects going on. And one of them is to basically do a study on Norwegianness, the Norwegian games industry, and where basically player studies of those games would be one of those. So I'm definitely interested in that. And I mean, if anybody wants to do similar things in their own countries, I think it would be fantastic to have a collaboration on comparing the results.
I think that the idea of localness and local game content is the fact that that we're asking for plurality, right? So it doesn't mean that a Swedish game will look one way. It will look many different ways because there are so many experiences within one country, and we have, as soon as you also have, minority populations, you have different stories, different perspectives, and all of these. It would be interesting if they could find places within video games and video game experiences. But then, of course, not all video game experiences will be for everyone, and that should be okay, right? And some days you want to play serious games, and some days the funny games, and that, the plurality of potential experience, I think, is what we're all really after.
And in terms of representation, as you mentioned, for example, in Greece, the first Greek first generation of Greek games until 2000 was totally Greek. It was like Greek language with Greek references. You had to make your own coffee, Greek coffee, etc. These kind of games now are considered a cliche. They're not representative for Greeks, of course. It's something like kitsch. It's a kitsch culture. So I don't think that we need more representation in culture, because culture is really in its high culture structured by authorities and institutions. So in games specifically, what I would I'd like to see is more subjective attitudes and inspirations, and how the creator feels all these kind of, social and political and religious things that happen in his own country, to his own life, to embed it in a game environment and share this experience with us. So, to tell you the truth, representation is something that is overrated in terms of culture, especially in the Greek paradigm case. We have a lot of representation.
Okay, so I think we repeat all the time. Thank you again for the panel. The reception will be upstairs.
I cannot go to way too many tables. Yeah. Watch out for this cable here. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.